Please let's sit down so that we can go ahead with the session. Just remember that there will be simultaneous interpretation throughout the session. If you need that, please take one of the headsets available on the main door. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Dominguez. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the LAC Futuro, the International Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean in 2026, how to position the region in the global scenario. It's been organized by CAF, which is the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, with the support of the Government of Panama. We also we want to express our gratitude to the different partners, Mercado del Tiempo, El Universo, El Mercurio, El Comercio, ABC, Radio Panamá, La Nación, Distindiario, RCN, El Deber, ECO, Diario El Salvador, Tip Guardian, O Global, and TVN. Our trans- there will be three languages on streaming, and we have simultaneous interpretation. If you so require, you can take one of the headsets available on the main door. You can share your experiences and thoughts on the media using hashtag Foro Económico CAF, and you can follow us in and at at Instagram and Facebook. We can extend this conversation beyond these walls, and that way we can reach a global audience. To begin our schedule today, we will pass the floor to the first session called Financial Ecosystem for Gender Equality. We have Ana Vallarta, the Manager of Gender, Inclusion and Diversity of CAF and moderator of this panel. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am really grateful for those of you who decided to attend and those of you who are joining us in this panel. That there's a core question in this case. How can we build financial ecosystems that do not only include women, which is, of course, fundamental, but which can also contribute actively to the closing of gender gaps to strengthen the role of women as the core persons of wellness, sustainable development, and the economic growth. Evidence has indicated that when women have access in an equitable manner to the financial system, they can streamline employment and they reduce the structural equalities that are so needed. However, but this doesn't happen with gender driven. It requires regulatory frameworks and innovation in the financial sector. These changes, these regulations must suit the needs of the diversity of women, their needs and their trajectories. In this regard, having bridges or connections between the government's regulating entities and the financial entities and the international cooperation is fundamental to design, implement, and to escalate um, transforming financial instruments. This panel is providing us the possibility to share experiences, to learn on what you know of, and above all, to which are the collective thoughts that we can have to progress on financial inclusion of women. For that purpose, I am very pleased to share this panel with renowned women such as Alejandra Mora Mora, the executive secretary of the OAS of the women's community. We have Maria del Rol Turralde, president of the National Cooperation of Popular and Solidary Finance of Ecuador, and Paola Pavon, who is who comes from Ecuador. A round of applause for all of them. Without any further ado, we're going to move on to the first question. And I would like the four of you to talk about this. What's the narrative, the concepts, and the key data that we need to show that that inclusive finance and within a gender approach are not just a social policy, but a strategic investment on our countries? I'll pass the floor to Estela. Thank you so much. My gratitude to CAF for the invite, and I want to commend you on the event that you're conducting. I want to take the words from the Financial Agency of Development. We're convinced that, in fact, the investment in women, this is a strategic financial inclusion, is no longer seen as that social policy of the private sector or as these initiatives of social responsibility. It is no longer that role because we have proven that women, we have certain characteristics, and I want to focus on the financial setting, which is what I have to go through, as these are persons having less risk when making more accurate decisions. We're more informed. It's been proven that we're not in arrears so much. We comply with our payments, and everything is implies a great opportunity for the financial system. In addition to this, if we include when we talk about an ecosystem that not only involves financial or traditional financial institutions as banks and cooperatives, but also insurance companies and financial technology, they need to understand the reality of women. This can become an efficiency for the financial system, and it ends up being a huge opportunity. The gaps that we currently have become a huge opportunity of strategic investment for the financial system. And from the public policy standpoint, and this is the end of my intervention, it is extremely strategic to allow women to gain access to resources, not only for the empowerment, because it's, but also because it's been proven that the allocation of women uh, or the expenditures, 90% of their expenditures are destined for education, food, uh, for their children. So every dollar that the state provides to a woman is invested to generate a cohesion network, and it will not only affect or impact the family economy, but also the community one. So this is something that we have to live more accurately through the interrelation of public policies, regulations, but also the possibility to include the private sector to incorporate this knowledge as part of their financial and commercial strategy. Ale- Alejandra, from your perspective, your experience, what do you think about the inclusion of women? Does this make a true difference in the development of our countries? Thank you so much for the Inter-American Commission of Women working on the economic rights of women. I really appreciate the alliance with CAF in this process. When you look at the information, which should be sufficient, so that we shouldn't be reflecting on this, that women are 58%. Only 58% are using bank products, and only 38% use other products or services such as credit cards or credits or loans. When you translate this into numbers, half of us are not included in the banking system. What banking system can grow if half of the women are not involved in this? As we have indicated, if there's no women, there's no democracy. We should say that if there's that, that if there's no women, the financial spaces, they cannot expand their productive bases or grounds. But what is also clear is that this implies more poverty for women. And we have heard the president mention that the poverty and exclusion indicator is one of the most significant that we need to work on and change of paradigms that we're working on. So when women are included within the financial world, the economy grows, jobs grow, savings grow, and then we can see a diversification of trade. And there are two reports that I would like to share. One is the OECD report in this regard, which indicates which are the great transformations generated in the financing system of women and the system to gain access to all the different services for women. And the other one it indicates that there's an increase of more than 9% of the GDP when women are are competitive in the financial world. But I want to highlight that not only this is happening with the non-banked women, but those who are in in the financial system, they have huge barriers. There are biases in terms of gender and and the loans. There are no products or services that are specific to understand the needs of women and to understand the life cycles that are really important. There are major differences in the private and public world in the financial sector. So what I want to say with this is that there are many obstacles that will not be solved if we do not design a public policy and legal tools according to beginning and according to the SDAO convention that has established this as a strategic element for the financial rights of women. Based on your experience on the solitary and popular finance, what can you add, or what would you like to share about this topic? I think you can hear me well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anna. I would like to start by expressing my gratitude to CAP for the opportunity that we had to participate in this regional dialogue. It is valuable to gather together and to share our experiences. I am the president of the national. I'm the president of CONAFIT. We're a public bank, a second-tier bank. We channel resources through the different organizations of the financial, popular, and solidary systems of the NGOs that provide microcredits, we get to the base of the pyramid. Since 2022, we implemented a promotion policy not only to have progress in terms of financial inclusion of women, but also to avoid the exclusion of women, which is what Alexandra was referring to. And for us, it is satisfactory to let you know that in the case of Ecuador, particularly in terms of the resources that provided by CONAFIT, the vast majority of our resources are given to women. 55% of our placements are useful for those small female entrepreneurs can grow their businesses. And this is a work that has been done very close with these organizations, not only by providing them with the incentives through reductions of interest rates that we charge for our loans or credits, but also with this close work to make sure that they can see, and as we indicated a few minutes ago, lending money to a woman, it is not only socially responsible, but this is a good deal. Women were good payers. So for us, it is a huge joy to visit the different provinces and to get to the different villages where there are more levels of poverty and to see how the businesses of small entrepreneurs are providing opportunities to their communities. Can you hear me? Thank you, Maria Belén. Paola, we would like to hear your experience from the regional authority standpoint. And what do you think about this, about the financial inclusion contributing to the local economy development? Thank you, Anna. Can you hear me? It is a little bit difficult to communicate in these silent rooms, but technology is quite impressive. I want to greet all the members of these panels, and I want to express my gratitude to CAP for this opportunity and for being the strategic driver for this development in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to respond to your question, Anna, highlighting that there is an uncomfortable truth in the logic of women finance because it is us women we sustain the formal economy through uh, by protecting the system through the family agriculture through through trade, as indicated by the former speakers. But what's ironic is that we sustain formal economy, we've sustained the economic, political, and social system, and and this system is excluding us from gaining access, not only to access to resources, but also to the support we need to make sure that those resources can be used successfully. The economy of care in Latin America, it represents 21% of the GDP. So, of 100 hours of non-remunerated work, 70% of those are assumed by women. In those conditions, we should have a policy that, as indicated in the panel, should adapt to the conditions and to the reality of popular women who are sustaining the day-to-day activities of this formal economy. The local experiences that we can generate public policy closer to the communities and closer to women, and therefore we can succeed in that logic. Because if we cannot adapt the financial system to the reality of women, we will have a lot of obstacles. People say that women have to adapt to the financial system. The system has to adapt to the reality of these women, indigenous women, rural peasant women, entrepreneurs. These women that in the vast majority of the cases, they're leading their homes, not only their children, their grandchildren, all by themselves, and the system has to adapt to that logic. The following idea that I would like to share with you is that we cannot simply stick to the access to credit to the resource. We need to have permanent support that is demand because we also need education to approach us to the financial system to allow us to manage these resources the best way possible. And this support that demands also a public policy and the access of resources, but a public policy and the support to make sure that our entrepreneurships can be successful. And then finally, highlight that in terms of access, we need to see the structural aspect because a woman living in under violence, she's not in the best time to gain access or assume a challenge that implies gaining access to the financial system. Fighting the structural causes of inequality in the territory, this territory should be part of the public policy. So the ideal thing is to have a public system to integrate all the systems to support the financial system and to fight against violence and to support these women. And if women can gain access to resources, there will be a life change of these women and of those communities. I want to mention as well one of the many examples. President Lula just announced a credit, housing project credit or loan for women exclusively. And when he launched this project, because when a woman gains access to housing, it is very difficult for her to sell their house because the house is the place where their family will live. If we invest in women, not only will we have better payers, as indicated here, but we are also generating social cohesion and we are articulating at difficult times when the society is finding risks such as organized crimes, insecurity, and then we are still this pillar. So not only public policy and resources, but also the support and the structural aspects required by women.
Thank you very much, Paola. I think the first step is access to financial resources, but accompaniment is what will truly guarantee that this person may access the benefits of the financial sector. Let me just take advantage to do a little bit of advertising for CAF. We have a study about the financial inclusion of women, and we noticed something very interesting in this study. Women are better at paying. What they do is mostly invested in the family. However, there was something very interesting about this study. They have shorter credits, higher rates, lower return times. So, to me, it's very important to highlight out of this study that women did not feel capable of acquiring debt when, in fact, they are the ones that are better at paying. And we must continue to invest not only in the production of knowledge, but especially in this accompaniment. So, considering all this strategic importance and the urgency of responding to this challenge, what best practices or tools can you share with us to contribute to the economic growth, to the reduction of the gender inequality, and the strengthening, inclusive strengthening of women? I would like for you to think of one or two, and then let's emphasize this. I will change the order a little bit, and let's start by Paola. I would like to share with you a great exercise that we are doing in Pichincha. We have 200 community cashiers, and by this, I refer to the fact that the system has to adapt to the reality of women in a region that we govern, and we have a competency in the rural territory where we have indigenous women, Afro descendants, and we would think convenient that this should start from trust in women and in the organization that is born from women. It is an organization that is promoted by the government. And there's 200 community are led by women. Women have the capability of generating social fabric, and to contribute important matters, because when you review why women are, or what are women requesting this credit for, are for family based issues, for education, health, household related matters, and employment generation amongst women that are part of this initiatives. I wanted to let you know that in this 200 community banks, we moved over $3 million in the rural area. And something that motivates us to continue to move in this community funds is that less than 4% fail to pay, meaning women that are creating social fabric, assigning resources to women in the community, and are excellent payers. So this is an exercise that we have conducted in Pichincha, and we're very proud to say that this initiative of community funds is accompanied by the commercialization and productive policy, because the credits, the loans this woman acquire is to produce goods and services that will generate economic profitability for their families and for employment generation in the community. So yes, public policy of resources, but also accompaniment which allows for these projects to be successful. Thank you, Paloma and Belen. Let's see if this is the right microphone. Okay. From. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well? From the CONAFITs, the most part of our resources are directed to women. In the last 2 years, CONAFIPSA has placed around $600 million. So you might imagine the number of women who have received their credits, but not only the credits or the loan, as it was highlighted by a peer, but the accompaniments and the close work conducted with women to be able to break that crystal cap, to be able to build a credit history. They can start with $200 loans. And I have been lucky enough to visit and know from very closely these women who have acquired these credits, and it's a huge satisfaction to see how this credit history they have been able to make their businesses grow and their community as well. So I think it is a sum of elements what makes these women succeed. Not only the financial resources, but the fact that they trust themselves. The World Entrepreneurship Report states that the greatest number of initiatives and endeavors in the Ecuador are led by women. Many times, women don't dare to be proactive in these endeavors because they do not trust in themselves. So this is something we need to work on. I would like you to mention what kind of work could be done as a partnership in order to contribute and to put your bets on this challenge. It is very important to know that this is such a broad topic that we need to do collectively. An example is the Inter-American Commission of Women. What we have been doing is understanding that regulatory frameworks are very weak in relation to economic rights of women. So just like 30 years ago, we were working on the strengthening of legal frameworks in terms of violence. Today, it is a golden opportunity to do this in economic rights. The project has the work of engagement of women, the closing of the digital gap, and the inclusion, the financial inclusion. And this is a product that is under construction and that has been very satisfactory to understand how this multilateral nature in an alliance with GAP could recover all the best practices our women have been doing, and taking a best practice and standardizing in terms of mechanisms of rights and duties, and this enables the construction of all these processes. So some of the elements that have been placed. Okay, well, the design of a national financial policy with gender approach, it is not possible to continue to talk about bits and pieces of a process when we need to see the total integrality, comprehensiveness of all the needs of women in the financial sector. The second topic are the disaggregated data. We continue to insist, but to know where women are, the surveys highlighted by Anna Majority that state how a quality policy can be designed if we know where and how are women doing. And also superintendencies that supervise this financial scheme need to demand disaggregated data. And in addition to disaggregated data in rural, urban, and other elements that will allow us to make better decisions. They need to be developed, and we have been working on this and protection measures for the financial consumer. Protection against discrimination, for example,
elementos que están en esta parte. Pero no solamente el Estado tiene obligaciones, sino que las grandes instituciones financieras tienen obligaciones. Deben desarrollar políticas de género internamente y socializarlas, porque nada hacen con colgarlas en la pared y no llevar a cabo un proceso donde la gente se encante y sea parte de este proceso. Mejorar el acceso y el uso de los productos financieros. Estamos hablando aquí, lo han dicho, la calificación de carteras, el tema de los score crediticios para saber cómo se puede valorar de una manera, por ejemplo, los avales diferenciados cuando una persona es buena paga. Eso es un criterio que está ahí, no puede ser solamente los avales, la titularidad de bienes muebles o inmuebles. Tiene que generarse unas cosas con perspectiva de género y, por supuesto, todos los modelos de evaluación de riesgo crediticio. También debe de generarse comportamientos y actitudes que signifiquen cambios culturales frente al sistema financiero. Y por último, tiene que haber más mujeres tomando decisiones, porque en los grandes centros corporativos, en las rurales, las dirigen las mujeres y eso está muy bien, pero en los grandes centros de operación financiera son hombres los que están tomando decisiones que no saben de las necesidades e intereses estratégicos de las mujeres. Y por supuesto, lo decían todas las compañeras, pero no se puede dejar de lado el acompañamiento. Las mujeres necesitan un proceso donde sientan que no están solas. Y esto es fundamental. Así es que pronto esperamos presentarles la ley modelo y llevarlo a los países para tratar de hacer una tarea juntas de implementación de este gran instrumento. Muchas gracias.
Estela.
Stella, can you hear me? Okay, I'm lucky to be the last because my experience or the story that I want to tell you, it summarizes everything that my colleagues have mentioned. In Paraguay, we had an experience that came up from a bank, a second-tier bank, where I am the third chair consecutively. So women decision makers are really needed. In our presidency, for the first time, we approved the gender policy. And it is not just useful to just leave it there. We have to go through it. And the way we leave this gender policy, the institution committed to design instruments, differentiated instruments, understanding what women needs. And in this regard, not only loans, but we also had the opportunity to create a guarantee fund for women. So, so one of the major barriers faced by our micro entrepreneurs is the lack of collaterals because historically we have less properties and the guarantee system is too traditional to capture the whole value of good payers and other elements. So we decided to create this guarantees fund for women, recognizing that we're better payers, that we have less risk, and that's why we have to pay a lower fee, and we could support women in a longer term, and we could support credits, so larger credits, under understanding these as a response to less risk. There was another minor important change because we had a guarantees fund for men and women or collaterals, this traditional fund supported the entrepreneurships of amounts above $5,000, just for you to have some idea. That was a minor change, significant one, because when we decided to create the fund for women, we didn't have a limit. Understanding that a woman can have, they may need 100, 200, $300, and there has to be a support. 2 years and a half after that experience, we had a very small fund. People said that it was not going to be useful, but today this fund has became eightfold, something that started at $5 million. It guaranteed $48 million in loans or credits for women. And if we can compare our traditional guarantees fund with that of women, we have all the evidence of what I just mentioned, or what we just mentioned. When we look at the different possibilities, micro entrepreneurs, they do comply with the payment. It is 2.8% approximately of defaults. But when we look at the guarantees fund for women, it doesn't even reach 0.2%. So women are good payers, and and they do need more than credits and guarantees. And this is what we learned along the way when we designed the guarantees fund. And when they all had these advantages that I just mentioned, we were sure that they all wanted this guarantee, because that was the reason that we had. But something happened, contrary to logic, and we had two traditional funds, and the banks still granted more the most expensive collaterals to women, and they were not granting these guarantees of the women's guarantee fund. So the first question we have is, what are we doing wrong? And we noticed that it was not sufficient to design an instrument with the conditions needed, but we had to resort to the private banking so that they could incorporate within their culture, financial culture, what we had included in our gender policy. This this took time, but when they understood that women not only needed access to credit, they also need to have the differentiated guarantees. But this is the magic. They understood that women has to be supported technically, and they understood that women appreciate the training. They started to create programs driven woman-driven programs. So so we have more than 10 allies in the private sector who have created a woman-driven program. Apart from the typical clients of a credit card for the hairdressing area, they saw women as an entrepreneur and as a person capable of generating businesses and profitability, and she is supported in a more comprehensive way. This was significant, and we moved from issuing 8 guarantees in 1 year to issuing pretty much 10,000. So to your intervention, and as you indicated at the beginning of the panel, what can institutions like CAP to escalate this? You have the know-how to support us in a better way so that we can keep on conveying these to the private sector to incorporate and to tell them how important it is to have a more comprehensive and systemic inclusion system. We have our friends here joining us. And what I want to, there are some topics that I would like to highlight. The first, the support, as mentioned by Paola. This is something that we felt not only in terms of financial inclusion, but in any inclusion or any intervention with women. That support is needed for many reasons. One of them is that at times we do not feel secure, although we have the evidence that that's the case, we're not secure. And it's not just the fact that we need to make sure that women can do it, but the counterparts, they need to see that this capacity is there. I commit to make sure that in the upcoming panels we should bring beneficiaries so that they can talk about their change once they gain access. And as Paola indicated, we would bring people who can say how this financial belief in women positively affecting not only families but the local economy. We have 2 minutes and we were really, really strict with time. So let's use these 2 minutes and 30 seconds for each one of you so you can say one message. What do you think we need, not only in CAP, but those of us and those of us hearing us in streaming? That let's create an alliance. I think I think that we need to move into action. It is not just, it is, we don't have to go backward, we need to progress. And the economic rights, this is something that we need to set alliances if we need to progress together. So to summarize, we don't have to wait until tomorrow. We need to work today. We need to include more women in this productive system. Paola? Find inclusive gender approach. The finance is not social assistance. This is about touching the heart of the formal economy of our nations. Congratulations to all of our friends.
Testing, English. Testing. Veo súper bajito el volumen de mi micrófono.
Muchas gracias a todas las panelistas por compartir con nosotros sus valiosas experiencias y perspectivas en el día de hoy, principalmente para lograr
for
que nuestro
sharing
país implemente esta inclusión
their
financiera.
valuable
A
participation in
continuación,
this
abordaremos
session.
un tema clave
Next,
para
we
el
will
desarrollo de
address
la
a
región
key
a través del
subject for
panel,
the development of
la
the region
agenda de los
through the
minerales
panel, the
estratégicos
agenda
en
of
América
strategic
Latina
minerals
y
in
el
Latin
Caribe.
America and the Caribbean.
Para ello, quiero invitar al
For this
escenario
purpose, I
a
want to
Ricardo
invite
Ávila,
Ricardo Avila,
analista de
an
El Tiempo,
analyst
quien será el
from
moderador
El
de este
Tiempo,
panel.
who will be the moderator of this panel.
Al señor Ricardo le estarán acompañando Fernando Branger,
Fernando
ejecutivo senior de
Branger will be
infraestructura para
joining
el desarrollo de CAF,
him as Executive
Jorge
Senior for
Riesgo,
Infrastructure for
presidente de
CAF,
la Sociedad
Jorge Riesgo,
Nacional de
President of the
Minería de
National
Chile,
Society of Mining of Chile,
Diego Helbrum,
Diego
gerente general
Helbrum, General
corporativo
Manager
del consorcio
of the
Minero Horizonte,
Mining
Juan Camilo
Consortium,
Nariño,
Horizonte, Juan
presidente de
Camilo
la
Nariño,
Asociación
President
Colombiana
of the
de Minería,
Colombian Mining
Catherine Kirk,
Association, Katrin
presidenta y
Kirk,
directiva
President and Director,
ejecutiva de Freeport
Executive
Macro
Director of
McMoRan.
Freeport McMoRan.
Le recordamos a todos los asistentes
We
que
remind
pueden
all the
compartir sus
attendees that they can share
experiencias
their
y
experiences
reflexiones en redes
and
sociales
reflections in
usando
social media by using hashtag
Foro Económico CAF
Foro
y
Económico
seguirnos
CAF
a través
and
de
follow us
Agenda
through
CAF en la
at
cuenta de
Agenda
X,
CAF or Agenda CAF
Instagram y Facebook.
in our social media accounts.
Antes de iniciar con este panel, vamos
Before
a invitar
starting
también
this
al
panel, we
señor
will
Fernando
invite
Branger,
Mr. Fernando
ejecutivo
Branger,
senior de infraestructura
Senior
para el
Executive of
desarrollo de
Infrastructure
CAF.
for the Development of CAF. Can you hear me well? Can you not hear me? Can you hear me?
Así, hola, sí.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ahora sí, ¿me escuchan?
Can you hear
Bien,
me?
bien. Buenas tardes
Good
a todos.
afternoon,
Soy
everybody.
Fernando Rayé,
I am Fernando Rangel,
ejecutivo senior de la Gerencia
Senior
de
Executive
Infraestructura y Desarrollo
of
para el
the
Desarrollo del CAF,
Infrastructure
Banco de Desarrollo
and
de América
Development
Latina y el Caribe.
Management for CAF
Es un placer
in Latin
darle la
America and the Caribbean.
bienvenida
It's a
a
pleasure
esta
to
mesa de
welcome
diálogo.
you to this dialogue
Esta va a ser una
roundtable.
conversación,
This will be
esta conversación, perdón, llega en un momento particularmente
this
interesante
conversation
para
arrives at a
la
very
región.
interesting moment for the
La
region.
transición energética está acelerando,
The
por supuesto, la
transition
demanda de minerales
is
críticos
the energy
y
transition
al
is
mismo
accelerating
tiempo
the
está
demand for
redefiniendo el
critical
papel de América Latina y el Caribe
minerals, and it's
en la
redefining the
economía
role
global.
of Latin America and the Caribbean in the
Nuestra
global
región
economy.
concentra
Our
una parte
region
muy importante
concentrates
de
an
cobre,
important
litio,
part of
níquel
copper,
y tierras raras
lithium,
que el mundo necesita,
and nickel that
lo que abre
the
grandes
world needs,
oportunidades para
which
también,
opens great opportunities,
pero también exigen
but
tomar
also
decisiones
demands
estratégicas
decision
sobre
making
cómo
to
queremos
make
participar
strategic decision about
en la
how
nueva
we want to
economía
participate in the
verde.
new green
En esta
economy.
sesión abordaremos
In this session,
algunos
we
temas
will
clave para el
address
futuro del
key
sector,
topics for the future
como
of the
fortalecer la
sector, such as
institucionalidad,
strengthening
las
institutionality
reglas y las reglas de juego,
and
cómo aprovechar la
ground
tecnología
rules,
y la
how to take
trazabilidad
advantage
para
of
una
technology and
minería más limpia,
traceability in a cleaner mining,
cómo mejorar las relaciones
how
con
to
las
improve
comunidades para impulsar
relationships with the community in order
licencias
to
sociales
ensure social
y cómo
license,
avanzar hacia mayor
and how
valor
to
agregado
advance
a través de
towards a better
emprendimientos
added
productivos que
value
impulsen
through
el desarrollo
productive
regional.
chains that can boost
Desde
development.
CAF estamos acompañando este proceso con una visión
From
clara,
CAF, we are
promover
accompanying this
una minería
process with a
sostenible
clear
y
vision,
estratégica que impulse el
providing
desarrollo de
strategic,
América Latina y el
sustainable
Caribe.
development that fosters the development of Latin
Lo
America and the
hacemos
Caribbean.
mediante financiamiento
We are
sostenible,
doing this through
asistencia
sustainable
técnica,
financing, technical
cooperación
assistance,
regional
and
para
regional
fortalecer las
cooperation
instituciones,
in order to strengthen
modernizar la
institutions,
gestión del
modernize
sector,
management in the sector,
impulsar
and
innovación
boosting
y
innovation
apoyar la creación de
and
capacidades
supporting
y
the
cadenas
creation
de
of
valor
capacities
productivas.
and productive
Nuestro
chains.
objetivo
Our
es que los
goal
países puedan
is
transformarse
for countries to be able to
en
transform their
desarrollo
potential
concreto,
into specific
inclusivo
development,
y ambientalmente responsable.
inclusive and environmentally
Para conducir
friendly.
esta conversación contamos con un moderador
In order to
excepcional,
achieve this,
Ricardo
this
Ávila,
purpose and to guide this
destacado
conversation, we
periodista
have
y
the
analista
great
económico, quien
moderator
nos
Ricardo
ayudará a profundizar
Avila,
estos temas con nuestros
well-known
invitados.
journalist, economic journalist,
Ricardo,
who will
te
help
cedo la
us
palabra. Muchas
moderate the
gracias.
panel. Ricardo, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be able to moderate this panel this afternoon. I want to thank CAF for this invitation and panel members for attending this session. Undoubtedly, in Latin America, we have heard the following phrase from the curse of natural resources. The fact of being especially rich in region. In some cases, this has not enabled to plant progress in the most adequate way. And of course, in a planet that continues to need this type of resources, challenges for Latin America are quite significant. This does not disregard the fact that the countries have had a great journey in the sense that we have traceability in more efficient environmental legislations and more efficient in turn that have adapted to technologies to make mining more sustainable. But clearly speaking, there are still challenges to increase the efficiency of the sector and the what we call the social license, which is a complex topic. So we will start. I will start with a complicated or complex question. The purpose is for everyone to have 3 minutes to answer, and we will start from my right hand side until the end of stage. And the first question is about the reforms, the additional reforms suggested. So that the region can consolidate its strategic, sustainable, and aligned mining, especially in this energy transition process we are undergoing. So I want to invite my first panel member. Good afternoon. I thank you for the invitation. This is a very important topic. I think it is a very important topic for all the region. Our country, Chile, I can speak on behalf of Chile because it's what I know. We have gone a long way in mining. The organization I represent, the National Mining Association, is 142 years old, representing mining in Chile, and we have always had the same problem, more or less. So we are aiming at guaranteeing rights and institutionality for miners to be able to extract, process, and sell their minerals. And we have been able to do this by guaranteeing the participation in this industry. In mid-size producers, small, mid-size, and big producers, the mining boom in Chile took place in the beginning of the 90s. But institutionality was existent back there. So what type of reforms would we need? I think we need to create a region where there's a certain homologation, institutional homologation that can allow to generate a mining development pole based on guaranteeing minimum conditions to all miners, but not all miners. So this institutionality that we have been complementing will consider elements, environmental protection elements that are active in the country to guarantee mining exploitation. What has happened in Chile? That management of these assets and regulatory aspects have not been as efficient and adequate. But in terms of reform, if we manage to implement a system that gathers all these conditions, institutional certainty, not only for mining but also for communities and inhabitants of countries, I believe we would gain much. We will gain a lot.
Muchas gracias. Ahora quiero pasarle la palabra a Diego Heilbrunn
I would like to
para que nos hable también un poco sobre ese tema de las
give the floor to Diego
reformas
Helo so
institucionales
that he
para que
can
la
discuss
consolide la
about this
minería
institutional
estratégica,
reform so
responsable y
that
alineada.
the region can achieve this
Gracias,
aligned and
Ricardo.
sustainable and responsible mining.
Gracias a la CAF por la invitación. Un
Thank
placer
you,
estar acá
and thank
en
you,
este
Gaf,
panel
for
con
this
todos
invitation.
ustedes.
It's a pleasure to be part of this
Yo quiero
panel
empezar
with
con
all
una
of you.
frase que es importante que todos
I want
tengamos
to
claro.
start with a
Sin
phrase
minerales
that is
críticos
very
no hay
important.
transición
Without
energética.
critical minerals,
¿Qué
there's
quiero
no
decir con
energy
esto? Que
transition.
sin minería
And what do I
no
mean
hay
by this?
transición energética.
Without mining, there's no
Hoy en
energy
día
transition.
en la región,
Today,
sobre todo en Perú,
in the region, especially in
tenemos un
Peru,
problema
we
importante
have a very important
predictibilidad y capacidad de
problem in
ejecución
terms
del
of
Estado
predictability
para
and capability
realmente
of
sacar
execution of
adelante
the
los proyectos que hoy
government
en día tenemos en
to
cartera.
bring forward all the
Como saben, la
projects in
minería
our
son
portfolio.
proyectos que
As
toman
you
20,
well know,
30
mining
años
projects take
y
20,
ese
30
proceso
years,
hoy en día
and
se
in
puede
that
tumbar las
process,
reglas del juego
um,
que en muchos casos hace
the
que
game rules
estos
can
proyectos
change,
queden
the ground rules can
rezagados.
change, and
Creemos
many
nosotros
projects are
tenemos
stagnated. In
más o
Peru,
menos podríamos duplicar la
we
capacidad de producción que
can
tenemos
double
de
the
cobre
capability
con
of
proyectos que
production
hoy en
that
día
we
están
have with
paralizados
and coppers
principalmente por
with
el tema que
projects that are
Ricardo bien dijo de la
paralyzed
licencia
because
social,
of what
que en
Ricardo
muchos
just
casos
mentioned,
es
the
un
social
tema
license to operate.
solucionable
Sometimes
con una
it is,
gestión temprana, proactiva,
it can
que
be
involucre al Estado, a la
more
comunidad y a la empresa privada
efficient. It should
desde un
involve the
inicio del
government,
proyecto
the
y
private
no al final.
sector from the onset, from the start of the project, and not
También
at the
agregar
end.
que eso no significa que hay que bajar los
It can.
estándares.
It doesn't mean
Entender que
that
hoy en día
standards need to
tenemos
go down.
los mineros son en muchos casos
Our standards are
más
in
allá
many
de lo que la
cases
regulación te pide
beyond
en los
what the
países
regulations
y sin embargo
ask
igual
for
se
in
tiene la
countries, and
percepción
therefore,
de que
or
la minería
however, there's a
contamina
perception that
y
mining
sobre todo en países como los
contaminates,
nuestros existe
especially
ese
in countries like
paradigma
ours.
que
There
en
is
muchos
this
casos
paradigm
frena el
that in many
desarrollo,
cases
siendo la minería uno de los
slows
principales
down
motores de
development,
desarrollo
even if mining is one of the main
descentralizado que hay en
engines
los
of the
países.
decentralized development in countries.
Agregando también el rol del Estado
Also,
en este tipo de
adding the role
proyectos
of the
tiene que
states to
ser
this type of
el de acompañar
projects, it has to
y
be a
empujar
role of accompanying
a estas
and
sociedades.
promoting.
Parece que el Estado se olvida
Sometimes it seems that the government
simplemente solo
forgets
la empresa privada
that
por el tema de impuestos y que lo que deberían
in
hacer es
private in
buscar
the private
desarrollar
sector,
proyectos mineros y no solo
they
enfocarse en
they should be an
fiscalizar.
ally, not only in terms
Finalmente
of
cerrar
fiscalizing
con el
or
tema de la gestión
in
de
tax
los
related
recursos
matters, but also, but definitely
y poder
promoting
desarrollar mecanismos
development.
de
We should
destrabe
also be
muy
able to develop mechanisms
preocupados
to
por
and
temas
stop to
sociales
unclog
en nuestro
those
país.
mechanisms that are
Tenemos
stagnated.
emblemáticos
In
como
Peru,
la
there are flagship
40
cases
años
that are over 40 years old
esperando la licencia
that
social
have
para
only been waiting
operar
for the social
y
license to
luego
operate,
terminan afectando
and they
negativamente
end up
la
affecting negatively
actividad
affecting
económica
the economy in the district where the mine is,
energética la
and in the energy
dañaron
transition, well, they
perjudicaron pero
make it
también
more expensive because they restrict the copper
Muchas gracias.
offer supply
Kathleen
in the world.
representa
Thank you very much.
a
Nothing represents the the outlook from outside the region, even if its company has operations in Latin America. So I would like to take advantage of her presence so that she can share her vision.
de las reformas que ven
Because
que falta en esta materia.
what do you think we are lacking or in this part of the world to increase the efficiency of the sector and to strengthen those weak links that we have identified?
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate. It's great for us to be here with our friends from Chile and Peru and also Colombia, where Freeport has operations already in Chile and Peru, and we're hoping to have operations in the future in Colombia. Uh, I've been listening to the comments that others have made, and when I think about what we need to do as an industry, is important that we establish. It's not just words. We establish trust of the governments and of the communities where we operate. We are When we go into a project, we go in for the long term. So many of the places where Freeport operates, we have operations in Latin America. We have operations in the United States. We have operations in Indonesia. Some of those we've been operating for over 100 years. And so when you go into a project, you are part of the community. You have to think about things from the lens of the people who are affected by what you're doing. Of course, copper and other minerals are needed for the future economies. It's so exciting what's going on with technology and how metals are playing more and more of an important role. But it doesn't mean we have to lower our standards for mining sustainably and responsibly. And again, it's not just words, it's what we do and the trust that we build with communities and with governments over a long period of time. So we are part of the communities. We care about whether there's clean water, whether there's education, whether there's health care. Our people live there, they're part of it. And so we all need to be thinking about what do we want the operation to look like? How
¿Cómo
can we
queremos
best
que
serve the people communities and provide important minerals that we need for our societies to grow and flourish. So it's an important undertaking that companies have, and you can't have an attitude where it's just words. You have to have an attitude where you do it every day and it's hard work every day, and you've got to find collaboration and consensus with communities. But it can be done. We've been doing it all over the world. We're not perfect, we know, but we've had a lot of success over long periods of time of developing principally copper assets, responsibly and sustainably. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Hablemos ahora de Colombia, que es el país
Colombia. This is a country in comparison with Paris and with Peru, where the weight is lesser, but where we have a potential, where the size is defined in a more accurate way, especially everything related to those minerals related to energy transition. Juan Camilo, please. Greetings to CAF and its officials for this conversation, which is of the utmost importance and pertinent for us to unify this conversation in Latin America related to mining. Just to respond to your question, a geographical differentiation to emphasize on what I want to mention is that those levels of development and exploration in Latin America, which are different, and the countries are different. One thing is the mining development, as Jorge indicated, Chile, Peru, Argentina, or even Mexico and other countries, such as Colombia, where I would say that to respond to this is that the most important innovation that we need to do is to go back to the basics, which is to promote exploration of minerals in Colombia, Ecuador, in Panama, with the wonderful mine that they have. And there are possibilities in other countries where we are not, where we irresponsibly are not aware of the wealth that we have in the future for our future generations. And promoting exploration is fundamental in this world of where we need to these balances where as Diego indicated, mining is part of the response for a vast majority of the environmental discussions that we're tabling. and this is part of the response for the huge tax and social responsibilities of these countries where there is little exploration. Having said this, I want to move on to the following. What do we need from the regulatory standpoint to promote exploration? We don't need that much. We need to have governments that decide to have investment, as indicated by the companies. But there shouldn't be any shame. We need to follow. We need to indicate that we need mining investment to produce the minerals, and we need to do the demands as a states. But but let's look into the gray zones. Latin America, that part of Latin America does not cannot put up with more gray zones in terms of mining. We need to see we need to do it, and we need to do it responsibly. And this is not something in discussion because this is the only way to do it. But the government is the first one to face this and to call investment in a conclusive way. That's what's missing. I think that the regulation is there in Colombia, and there's regulation in many countries. But once and for all, we need to stop these gray zones, and we need to bring investment to explore and to produce the minerals that the greener worlds need. So let's move on to individual questions for each one of the presenters. One of the topics discussed in mining in Latin America has to do with how can we progress in the added value chains. In Chile, you're in lithium. You you're you want a lithium model that allows for a more industrial approach. What's your experience in Chile to see if we can pave the way in this regard? Thank you. Thank you for your question. That's an interesting question. And let's start from the base that the critical minerals have an ethical valuation nowadays. The fact that there's such a huge need, this promotes responsibility to produce this, and the ease that by doing this sustainably we're accomplishing a purpose. And I think that this is a very important starting point. The other thing is the idea that we should stop exporting or selling to the world more raw material or concentrate material like copper. And there's a caveat to this. Not every industrialization implies adding to the product. Lithium is this is a good example because the most refining of the lithium is in China, and if you want geopolitically to have an alternative to lithium, you need to consider a level of refining in our country, and in that regard, the strategy that has been developed by the country based on my thoughts, is adequate to the extent that they're demanding in the contracts, the state contracts, that the state grants for lithium extraction. There has to be a level of refining, direct extraction typically, and therefore this should exert pressure on the companies that wishing to participate in lithium. They need to add refining. In the case of copper, that's different. Not only having a smelting capacity or a refining capacity in Chile is not going to add value. We need to look at the elements that are privileged. In the case of copper, for example, and other metals, this is a more geopolitical. There's a geopolitical element that implies the globalization of products. If we want to separate the China factor as the sole buyer of the minerals, so the value added has to be analyzed. Where we can all work together is in another type of a process that will add to the ethical justification of the extraction for which are needed for the energy transition and decarbonization, and it's to equip this industry of an advantageous uh, uh, justification, something that could imply pride to the country. And we need to make sure that everyone can participate on this purpose, and to a certain extent, we need to extend this story in South America in all the different countries, and perhaps, and I go back to the idea of the profit of having a more homogeneous region so that we can support mining as something needed for the world, and to do it with no complication, and then we can benefit uh, from the development of communities. Leaving nature alone, we have been where we had forest fires in Chile, a native forest, and they were set on fire. So if there's a company that can protect this equity or this heritage, we could avoid this type of disasters. The extended mining throughout our country is doing a lot of work in this regard. So I think that there's a challenge to incorporate added value, not only economic, but also cultural and social, in terms of the mining exploitation, that to a certain extent this is a shared responsibility among the different between the government, the companies, and the miners themselves. Diego, when responding to to the prior question, it was clear that there were projects in Peru which have not succeeded for decades. But part of that combination of projects that have been consolidated and which are in production, apart from others that are pending, this implies that there has been a trial and error process, or cases that were not necessarily successful due that couldn't succeed the obstacles. Are there any lessons learned in terms of the regulatory frameworks that could be useful for other countries, especially talking about the challenges that that the sector is facing in Peru, where there has been a huge increase in the mining production, but as you indicated, it could be twice what you currently have to date. Thank you. In Peru, we have many opportunities to develop new mines, and in general terms, the problems, the stoppers there are attributable to the causes, them social issues mainly, and and this in addition to a state that is is just there, and they're not involved with the companies and the communities, making it very difficult for those companies having a position of development and having mines, and there are communities, international organizations that are involved there to intervene. So these are two positions that are completely opposed, and there's no entity to make sure that they can agree and to follow certain rules. For example, in Colombia, there is a mechanism that if the private sector and the community, if they don't reach an agreement, the state will be like the arbitrator. They define a procedure to determine the impact that the mine will cause on the areas being in exploration. They define what the mine has to do to compensate the impact, and they succeed with the project. So there are mechanisms uh, in place in the different countries in Latin America, that have that should be implemented in other countries. In the interventions of the president nowadays, they spoke about cooperation among the different countries and that Latin America should agree. They should sit down, they should table this topic to succeed in the region. And this is a clear example of that. There are policies in the different countries that if you take the best of each one of these countries, you could have a regulatory framework and define the role of the state and provide more dynamism to the region, which will play a fundamental role in the upcoming years with the energy transition. The copper and lithium demand that we currently have, that that will be twice as much in 20 years, and the supply is not growing at the same pace. In the future, it will make it very expensive or inviable to do an energy transition because there will be no resources to do so. And in our case in Latin America, we have a lot of opportunities, and we have so we're blessed with the resources that we currently have today. Although in many cases they may cause many problems, at the end of the day, this is due to the management. If there's good work and good coordination among the institutions, this could be solved, and that way we can have an advantage on other countries globally, which is very significant because we can be the suppliers of these resources. And adding to what Jorge said, the added value aspect, and to continue in the midstream stages of minerals and copper, it will be very difficult for us to do this if we compete against economies like China or the US. China is three times the size of Latin America and the Caribbean. So the funding capacity, the execution capacity, consumption capacity that they have is going to be impossible for Peru, Colombia, and Panama as individual countries to compete. So cooperation among the countries is important. And we need to recognize that although we are exporting uh, um, copper cathodes, this is what we finally need for energy transition. If we don't have that, there's no energy transition, regardless if we can develop more projects to add value. And the main value we have it, and what we and the ball is on our side to look at the mechanisms that we need. Kathleen, talking about energy transition to a certain extent, it translates into an incremental demand on something that may become a scarce resource. And talking about the geopolitics, as mentioned by Jorge, they create conditions, different conditions on these minerals, which supply is critical, and they also influence in terms of changing the way how the global value chains are operating, particularly for copper, lithium, and other minerals. In your case, in Freeport, the investment decisions and scale decisions, I imagine that they depend on things such as the regulatory stability, the adequate infrastructure, the energy prices, and other standards as well. So my question is, how do you combine those elements to make sure that you can maintain or increase the current production levels, and apart from this, investing on innovation and more efficiency and sustainability?
Questions. Um, First of all, in terms of making a investment decision, uh, as I was mentioning, these are long-term decisions, And so you really want to go where the biggest resources are. And you're never going to find exactly the perfect situation, but ultimately it requires a lot of front end investment. And so you really want to go to a place where you can be there over the long term. And when you think about what Latin America has, and you think about copper, 40% of the copper is produced from Latin America, mainly from Chile and Peru. And so those are countries that you really want to be part of because they are part of the fabric of the copper industry. There's experience in the workforce. There's infrastructure there. There's knowledge about what it takes for the long term to be in the industry. So those are factors that are positive for investment. But if we think about how we're going to double production over the next 15 or so years to meet the new demands coming from things like the energy transition, things like the the electricity demand that's going to come from data centers and new technologies. We have to be more innovative as an industry. We can't keep doing these things the same way we've done them in the past. And so we really need to figure out as an industry how we can take advantage of technologies, how we can get more out of the resources that we already have. There's been a lot of conservation of energy and water and projects over the years, and a lot of these projects have been done. Chile's done a great job in terms of sustainability with all the water desalination projects that have occurred there, with the renewable energy work that's been done. Peru's got a great source of hydropower that benefits the operations, a lot of operations there. But we need to do more as an industry when it comes to technology and innovation. And that's what we're doing really at Freeport. One of the things we're doing about this whole topic around, you hear about smelters, and there's mines, and then there are smelters that have to take the product that comes out of mines and process it and make metal. A lot of the smelters over the recent years were developed in China because China doesn't have as many mines as it needs to satisfy its demand. So it had a strategy of building refineries and smelters so that people would send their product there and they would have the market. Now governments are saying we don't want to send everything to China. We want to process more in the Western world. And one of the things we're doing at Freeport, we have smelters. We have smelters in the U.S. and Indonesia, in Spain, but we're also using novel approaches, new approaches to recovering copper in different ways, not having to build a smelter. So one of the things we're doing in Chile and in the U.S. is we've got technologies now that will allow us to produce copper metal without having to process it through a smelter. So it's things like that. It's technology approaches. Our industry is mature, and we've been around a long time, and we've gotten used to doing things the way we used to do them. And now we really have to, because we always say that necessity is the mother of invention. We have to be more innovative as an industry. We're doing things at Freeport like operating our trucks with remote. There's no driverless big haul trucks, automating wherever we can. So we really, as an industry, in order to um, to meet these demands, we have to be more innovative. And to answer the question about Latin America, I agree with what you guys said, we have to be more collaborative across the region to be able to adopt new technologies to improve our situations, improve the regulatory environment. But really, technology is a real important opportunity for our industry as we go forward. Thank you.
Gracias. Juan Camilo, en Colombia parte de los desafíos no son
Of the challenges are not necessarily national regulations, but what happens in the territorial setting, in the prior consultations based on the incorporation of the resolutions of the ILO, but also the presence of informal or illegal mining, the social conflicts, the expectations of the different communities in places where state presence is limited. How can we uh, how can we set up this puzzle where we have different positions among the different participants, where we have the state, the companies, and the territory? I want to talk about illegal mining. Perhaps the world has not found a response to this, but I would say again that part of the response, not the only one, but part of the response is again is the promotion of private investment, private initiative with states that will bring private and institutions, private, to those regions where we see that there's an illegal production of minerals. Antioquia Gold and Diego, who is he's part of these conversations, they receive mineral extracted through formal companies, as he mentioned, but Mineros SA, 20% of the production is through process of formalization, that is mining 40% of this formalization. The only sustainable formalization processes take place through the prices through companies like Ancla, because they provide development to the territory. So part of that response that we don't have it is not clear yet. This is, it's the promotion of private investment in the territory. But allow me, there's a comment that I would like to make in terms of the added value of mining. And I feel that in the different levels of the public conversation in relation to mining, which may be more sensitive in some countries compared to others, uh, those elements of public conversation are fundamentals. If we do not succeed with this, we may we may decrease the growth of the mining growth. Let's talk about the added value, the business fabric in mining. In my opinion, it is not well balanced. It is unfair. You always look into the future. This is a conversation that we need to have and we need to pursue that. But it never looks back. What's the mining promoting in local purchases in the different services, forest and hydraulic engineering services? Many things are affected, or machinery. So just to give you an example, in Colombia, the mining industry to open mines and they buy from small and medium-sized companies. They buy 14 billion pesos. The last tax reform in Colombia, they collected 11 billion. Every January, Colombia guarantees to small and medium-sized companies 14 billion pesos, which is which is pretty much close to the third, to what the third commercial partner generates to the country. This is focused on the companies, and these are regions that cannot export, and this is an added value generated to those small regions. So this conversation of the added value, I think that we need to add other components, because if we focus on the added value in the future, the mining companies are good producing mineral ore, and then in the future there are other competitiveness um, calls to attract this investment, which is different from the mining region. If you want to have a copper smelting, you need to have fundamental competitiveness elements related to energy cost. So it is important in that segment, which even more than the minerals themselves. So this is something that has to be even more fair, and it has to recognize what is done by the mining companies in regions where there will be no investment to create it or to produce it. There are wonderful examples. Epro, Caterpillar, many other companies. Uh, we wouldn't know of them unless if they were not created in a minor region. So as an additional element, we should we should add those aspects to make it more fair and more balanced. We have a last question, very short question, and the general question. Let's say that in 10 years, CAF will invite us to this scenario. What would you like to report back on the status of mining in Latin America at that time? Well, 10 years, that's a long time. But I would like to call your attention into something that to me it is important to highlight. The high demand that we foresee for copper and for other minerals, this is not certainty. This is a window, and therefore I would like to. There's a sense of urgency. We cannot disregard this window of opportunity, and we need to do something. 10 years more, I mean that's a lot. We should implement all the different projects that we should do, and perhaps have a portfolio of what we have implemented in the future. This window implies the opportunity that we as countries with resources, we should not focus on that. This is not a guarantee. We need to produce what the world will demand, because what's going to happen is that they're going to look for different alternatives, and we're going to miss that opportunity. Just one sec. Something else related to the window. Let's include in this development the small mining. One of the success factors in Éxito in Chile is that we never forgot about them, and we started with them in the development, in the regulations, and with the standards. So there's a window of opportunity. 1% of the metals are produced by small mining companies, but this is a great production, and it could be twofold. So we have to support this. It provides traceability. Anything happening to small miners when we talk about illegality and informality, we're disregarding mining. We should try to find a way out. So that's what I would like to highlight. Thank you so much. I also add to Jorge's comment, this is an opportunity, and if we don't do this, somebody else will do it. And based on what Jorge said, I would like to see a change on the mindset of the state communities, the different stakeholders in the industry. They need to understand the value that this industry can provide and the development that it can bring to areas where unfortunately there's no state presence. And they should see mining as a partner that, in my opinion, is one of the main reasons why we feel there are obstacles in the industries, and it is not seen as a decentralized development driver that is extremely important. And instead of complicating things for this industry, they should see the need of succeeding with it, and it should, and this should be a driver for the region so that we, because this is the right time, and if we don't take advantage of this, it will move away.
I really hope that if I'm invited back in 10 years um, to CAF and think about our industry, that we would have been successful in doubling our production over the next decade. It's not an easy thing to do at all. There's going to be a lot of investment that needs to be made. But if we're successful in doing that, if we're successful in being open minded to new technologies, to change, to doing things more efficiently and more streamlined in our industry, developing trust with communities, continue to enhance our trust with governments and communities. If we are able to double production, it's going to mean a lot better world because copper is going to be used in things to make our lives simpler, better, more connected, a cleaner world, and I would really love to be part of that adventure going forward. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Y Juan Camilo, el último minuto.
In 10 years, I would like I would like Latin American governments to understand that the development and the future development, the strategic use of minerals is perhaps one amongst the unique opportunities that we have in Latin America to participate in to become relevant in the global geopolitics. And hopefully in 10 years they do understand that, and hopefully we can benefit from that. Thank you. So the lock, the stake of this region will be connected to to this region, and hopefully it will be successful in the future. A round of applause for our panelists.
You come again in 10 years, you're gonna have to do it in Spanish.
Probando audio, canal de español, probando audio, canal de inglés. Probando.
Seguro que ese es el que está utilizando. Voy a coger el otro. Video primero. Sí, saluda. Dos, tres.
Probando, testing. This is the English channel. Probando, probando, canal de inglés. Testing, audio for the interpretation.
Hola.
The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University, exploring the intersection of government policy and the free market to offer a better understanding of the free enterprise system and its impact on human prosperity around the world. Founded in 2020 by Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature to promote education and mentorship through multidisciplinary programs and fellowships, we empower students in public policy and free enterprise. We conduct cutting-edge research on political and economic systems, host global conferences and seminars, and improve public policy by providing informed analysis to decision makers. At the Adam Smith Center, we blend knowledge and action to shape a prosperous, free future and foster a vibrant community of leaders. We inform, innovate, influence, inspire. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at FIU. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University, exploring the intersection of government.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola.
Wow, qué gran tarde, ¿no?
This has been an amazing afternoon. We want to ask the panel of financial ecosystem. Well, we had this panel then. We had the panel on strategic minerals in Latin America and the Caribbean. And now we are getting ready for a new panel. And first and foremost, I would like to remind all of the attendees that you can access the headsets at the entrance so that you can hear the interpretation or the broadcasting. We remind all the attendees that they to feel free to share their experiences, your experiences using the hashtag Foro Económico CAF and follow us through @Agenda CAF in our social media accounts. This way, we can continue the dialogue beyond these walls and reach a global audience. We want to thank all of those who are joining us from the YouTube channel since very early. And you can also ask your questions and add your comments. Remember to add the Foro Económico CAF hashtag. Next, we want to welcome Mr. Frank Rojas, Director of Analysis and Sanitation of Water from CAF. And in addition to him, he will be joined by Gustavo Miguez, Director of the Veolia Group, Iberia Zone for Latin America, Gonzalo Muñoz, co-founder of Triciclos de Chile, Chile Tricycles, Adriana Bueno, founder and director of Habitat South, Erasmo Zuleta, president of the National Federation of Colombian Departments, Obel Moreno, administrator of the Panama Cleaning Authority. Welcome, everyone.
Moderar este panel estará el señor Frank.
In order to moderate this panel, we will have Mr. Franz Rojas, Director of Water and Sanitation at CAF, who, before moderating the panel, will also be addressing our attendees. And all of those who are joining us through social media, we welcome you to add your comments on all the topics we have addressed today, and we will continue by adding more value content through all of these conversations. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be, and it's an honor for me to open this space with a conversation of solid wastes as part of a circular economy approach and the vision towards the productive transformation and the creation of an economic value. Latin America is one of the most urbanized regions in the world, with over 80% of the population living in the cities, and generates over a little bit more than 540,000 tons of solid waste a day. As you can imagine, this represents large numbers on a yearly basis, and 10 and 12% of the generation of wastes worldwide. And the challenge is not only in the right collection but disposal of wastes, because according to the records of multiple publishings, that 35 to 40% of those solid wastes are not well managed, meaning they do not have the right management. Before this challenge, the circular economy is consolidated as a strategic response, and an urgent one in this space is a timely to discuss with relevant actors and find solutions from CAF. We are committed to accompanying countries, not only through financing as a development bank, but also by supporting public policies in the strengthening of institutionality and, therefore, sustainable models that can create an impact by reaffirming our role as, as a strategic partner. Let me mention three aspects we are working on, and we always try to work on through third party resources. For example, in Bogota, we are working with the unit in charge of waste management and sanitation, with the KSP funds as well, knowledge sharing platform, that's what it stands for. And through this partnership, we are seeking to design stations, valuation, and transfer so that these designs can be translated into future investments. Along with a private ally such as Tetra Pak, we established a partnership to support the regulation of informal recyclers and to improve the recycling rates both in Bogota as in Sao Paulo. And from our own CAF resources, the non reimbursable resources, we have a facility of pre investment adding up to $32 million of non reimbursable resources we are supporting countries with in the elaboration of designs so that they can move on to the implementation phase. And this is how we are working on in Peru as well as in Ecuador. Our bet, our bet is in supporting solid waste management. And for this purpose, we thought before we start with this high level panel, and thank you very much for joining us, it is very important to highlight that advancing towards a circular economy is not only part of the environmental transition agenda. Some days ago, in the CAF managerial meeting or board meeting, we were discussing the environmental transition along with other transitions. But waste management and circular economy goes beyond. It is an agenda of growth and development, competitiveness, and future. We see that many countries are advancing in that direction, but we still have a long way to go, and that is the commitment we are taking on. So once again, welcome everyone, and I want to hand it over to our panel that is joining us today. Thank you very much for joining us today. Let me introduce each one of our panel members. And well, to me, this is a super interesting combination because we are, and let me introduce Gonzalo Munoz. He is an entrepreneur. He has been awarded as a high level champion by the United Nations due to climate change and COP25. And he has many initiatives. One of them is Triciclos Tricycles, one of the most outstanding companies of circular economy in the region, located in Chile, but with a regional perspective. And he also leads some other activities with non-government actors, and he's an active participant of the Conference of the Parties. So, Gonzalo, welcome. Also from the private sector, we have Gustavo Miguez. He is a civil engineer from the University of the Republic of Uruguay. He started a career path that is very long in the Veolia Group in different positions, different roles in the General Company of Water in France, and then He moved to Africa, and he's currently an executive director of the American area and member of the executive committee of that Eolia group. For those of you who are not familiar with Eolia, it's one of the most important companies in the management of water, but also solid wastes management, with a very significant presence not only in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, but also in the whole world. So, Gustavo, welcome and thank you for joining us. With two different visions from the private sector and to have a better contracts. We also have Adriana Abuelo, a master's in development management and political sciences. She is the founder and director of the Habitat South Foundation in Colombia, an organization. Habitat Sur, an organization that was born in Amazon, in the Amazon in Leticia. She has a very interesting experience as to how to promote initiatives, community initiatives, grassroots initiatives, because waste management has to start from the communities and internalizing the importance of the use and consumption of products and how this can be one of the most important bets, perhaps. How and can we increase this awareness raising and knowledge in vulnerable communities around waste management? So welcome, Adriana. We also have Erasmo Eria Zuleta, a business manager. He is a master's in management of organization, and he's wearing two hats. On the one hand, he is the president of the National Federations of Departments of Colombia, therefore a very important role from the subnational view, but is also the governor of the Department of Province of Córdoba in Colombia. So welcome, Erasmo, and thank you for joining us. The federation represents 32 departments in the capital district of Bogota in Colombia. So thank you for joining us and having this vision from the subnational approach and how and for sharing with us how we can work on this solid waste management efforts. And last but not least, I have the pleasure of introducing Avi Moreno. He is licensed in business administration. He has curriculum studies in science, political sciences, and law. He is the manager, a general manager in Panama, of urban and household waste management, and he provides the service, but he also has incidents and the regulations pertaining this matter. So welcome and thank you for joining us. I have taken a few minutes to introduce our panel members, but the purpose was for you to know this vision of five different uh, outlooks that we can address. So um, if you will, I will take a seat and we will be able to start this dialogue that we have prepared for today. Can you hear me well? Okay. In interest of time, I had a generic question, but from your unique perspectives, I would like for you to share your reflections. So the generic question, you have around 5 minutes each to answer. Please be mindful of time. This is the question. From the role you perform, what would be one or two priority activities so that solid waste management can have an influence, a strong influence in circular economy, enabling the productive transformation and value creation? So, Gonzalo, would you like to start? Thank you, Julian, for the invitation. When we talk about household wastes, 50% of them in the world are organic, and we try to focus on inorganic ones and packagings and plastics and so on. So, should a mayor or a local authority assume that challenge, the first thing they should do is to focus on organic wastes. Not only would they reduce 50% of the weight of the problem, but that impact would be immediate in municipal facilities. If it's done well, this material could even add value through composting or through energy. And we are talking about waste, a type of waste that generates greenhouse gases and the metal agenda through the decomposing of these organic wastes. And nowadays, it offers opportunities for financing. So to me, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer for for mayors not to focus on this as a primary action. I understand that the second solution is, well, it has to do with an economic issue. So they may say we need a capacity or need a capacity to manage those wastes. And many times in my experience, we have found um, deep corruption uh, hindrances because in the business of wastes, what smells better is garbage or wastes. So we need to solve corruption related matters. But in the traditional waste system, we need to include all the externalities to make sure that things are adding up, that economic factors of um, add up. And before the question as to how will you force citizenship to segregate organic wastes, and this is something that may be useful for someone in California or so, but in our countries. In Chile, where I come from, one of the poorest municipalities, La Pintana, has been trying to manage for 30 years to manage organic wastes because they did not have enough money to manage the totality of wastes, all the wastes. So we have a case in our region where very poor municipalities, in the absence of resources to manage everything together, the first thing they do is separate organic waste, reduce 50% of the account, and educate all citizenship, and this is very smart, while eliminating this dirtier fraction, so to speak. The work of recyclers is dignified, which is a reality in our region where we need to facilitate their job, and therefore the potential recycling becomes more efficient in inorganic wastes. And I say this as a person who has been working for 20 years in the inorganic fraction. The first thing we need to do is to work on the organic part and organize the economics behind it, the financial and economic factors behind this effort. Thank you very much. Now I have some new questions in mind, but let's do things in order. So Adriana, please go ahead. Is it working? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, well, thank you. I think to answer the question from the Amazonic context, it is important to consider when we talk about circularity and wastes in a land and territory like the Amazon, we are talking about the generation of wastes in a place that has a global impact. Even if it is an isolated place in the middle of the Amazon forest, it has a global impact, and it is very important to bear this in mind when it comes to understanding how do wastes and isolated populations like our, our, our our cases and the human settlements in the Amazon, not only the Colombian Amazon, but those nine South American countries that are part of it. How does this have a global effect? Because what happens in the Amazon ends up in the Atlantic Ocean. All the waste, the 47 million inhabitants that the Amazon has, and all the waste they generate end up in the Atlantic Ocean. So we need to take a step back to look at the greater scale of this problem. And as you mentioned it, in our context, we are talking about 60% of wastes that are being generated in the Amazon populations, and it would be fair, they would have an easy exit, which would be producing compost, which would make this a part of the territorial needs. And this is one of the priority action. How can we design territorial circularity systems that allow us to take advantage of wastes and generate value for communities. Because wastes, as such, may not be the problem, but what are the systems that we are designing to take advantage of these wastes and to make them useful in the productive cycle. And this also happens not only with organic wastes, but also with cans, with plastic wastes. We have demonized some materials, but should we have the proper systems in place and we could take advantage of this waste could also be productive. This is one of the bets that we have in the Colombian Amazon, taking advantage of plastic wastes to generate local value. I also think that one another priority action is about aligning economic incentives and regulatory incentives to create value. And here we could think that circularity can escalate in this type of territories once value is generated for the different stakeholders or actors involved in the chain. So I think this is key in terms of the actions we should take and strengthening the chain of the value of materials we can take advantage of in territories. This is key so that materials have an exit, a way out, and stop contaminating the Amazon in our case. Thank you, Adriana. Gustavo, can you please let us know one or two actions?
Bueno, la pregunta es muy interesante, perdón, y muy virtuosa a la vez. ¿Cómo hacer que las
It is a
situaciones
very
de
interesting question and
desarrollo
quite virtuous as
se
well.
generen valor?
How to make
Una de
waste
las
part of
preguntas
the circular economy and generate
clave.
value? It's an
La
excellent
primera prioridad
question.
es llamar la
But as the
atención
first priority, I would
sobre las
like to
prioridades o las
um,
viejas
stress the
responsabilidades
fact
de
that
los
the
gestores
old responsibilities of waste management
no están cumpliendo cabalmente
are
sus
not fulfilling
funciones
their
y evitar
primary obligation, which is avoiding
hoy
an impact on the
tenemos
environment.
ahora de
Today,
la forma en la que
there
estas
is a
estrategias
quite
son
heterogeneous way of managing
eficaces para generar
wastes.
valor
There are
y otras que
great
son
management, and some other are just an environmental catastrophe. So think about a piece of data I read recently in Brazil. There have been over 2,000 savage discharge places, open pit dumps. And in Latin America, I don't know how many thousands we will have, but all countries have their little environmental catastrophes, and that's the responsibility we need to take. We need to solve this program so that it does not become a negative impact for the environment. The second priority would be, like you mentioned, waste management should be conceived not as a way of collecting and burying, but a way of creating points where energy can be generated, recovered, or points where materials can be recovered, and points where wastes can be treated and generate, for example, organic fertilizers. So that conception begins as how to collect, how to manage those wastes. What is the message that will be conveyed to citizenship? What are the collection means? What is the way of managing and treating those wastes? And this should be anticipated beforehand. Otherwise, it's very difficult to make things happen. So to me, that is the second priority. How do we uh, perceive or how we foresee those systems as generators of energy, matter, and to make them work. And the third priority to me is the integration of many things. Because I believe experience shows that waste management is not solved by a private company alone or a municipal government. It is not solved if without the participation of the society through different organizations. And in the absence of technology and digital management and integrating all these factors and achieving a virtuous system with engagement, with participation, technology, operational management, financing, and the participation of the society, which is the most affected party, it takes a lot of work. So I was thinking about an initiative that we have in Colombia where we have achieved to coordinate around 450 recyclers. It's called one of the initiatives is called the friend the recycler or a friendly recycler uh, that allows to process all this processed materials and sell it to industry that use it as a raw material. So it requires a great effort and a high level operational management. So in summary, the basic duty is to reduce environmental impacts. That's basic. Two, to conceive the systems as generator systems and not burning the wastes. And third, working on the coordination of different actors, different technologies, and different digital ways of managing.
Gustavo, thank you so much. I think that these are interesting activities and something that we've seen in the residual waters in the wastewater field where we see the plants, not the landfills, but the biofactories to benefit from the wastes as new resources. And I think that this is the circular vision that we're expecting. Obien, your perceptions, your thoughts, what are your priority visions? Thank you so much. From Autoridad Cero in Panama, we see this is a critical perspective. We found an authority where nothing was measured. We don't have any type of measure. In 2024, we started to capture information since we are convinced that whatever you don't measure, you don't improve. So let's talk about the problem that we have identified. It is clear that one of the way to the way that that we're managing the residues is not the best way. We have a clear vision of the president who has shed some light or instructed us to talk to governments like Japan and Korea to find a comprehensive solution in this regard. Now, transporting and confining the waste is expensive and it is not the best way to do it. We have identified this. It is important, as you have mentioned, and this is the same case in Panama. 40-60% of the waste sent to the landfill could be valued or could be used. However, there's an issue. They're combined, they're mixed. There's no culture of recycling or separation at the source. And in Autoridad SEO, we're going to do training programs, awareness programs to make sure that the that people can do this at the source, and so that we can better treat the waste sent to the landfill. So what we do in Patacon, once we do this, Gustavo has mentioned, this is clearly not the way, but this is what we can do in Panama. We're trying to find the ways to improve with the programs that we are about to begin. This is going to be very efficient. Perhaps not now, maybe in 10 or 12 years, we can improve a circular economy that will operate the way it should work. So these are the priority actions that we're considering. The first one, we need to start with by raising awareness, by training people so that they can understand that they need to separate at the source. This is not something that we're doing, and that's fundamental. We need to improve the way how we receive. We need to measure the residues so that we can know what we're going to use. So in this regard, I can tell you that we are developing several programs. We are really grateful. I see organizations that are really concerned about this. But in Cerro Patacon, we're developing a program to do composting. We will begin a campaign so that the community can understand and they can separate organic and non-organic so that we can benefit from the organic material. We're talking about 40 to 60% that we can benefit in compost. These residues that we will implement this is a tool that we can measure these problems. Uh, so the idea is to have a differentiated recollection, and that way we can infrastructure. Panama doesn't have any infrastructure. The landfill has a lot of issues. If we can build transfer zones where we can value or profit from that, we can begin this process. And at the point we're at, this will take a lot of time. I see neighboring countries having years of distance in terms of what we have in Panama, but we need to begin from the basics. We cannot simply disregard the stages. We need to comply the objectives. So just to let you know, we have actions that we're undertaking. We are implementing Law 6 of 2018, where there is there is a mandatory nature for authorities to recycle. Now we have a team that has trained 13 institutions, and 7 of those are separating from the source, and through the cleaning authority we collect the waste, and hopefully each one of the institutions will do that so that we can go to the community and request the community to do the same thing so that we can provide a recycling supply and valuation, because the state has not done that. There are private companies and there are many organizations that are doing this in detail, but we are available for you to make sure that we can do it. I see persons who are really involved in this. I always offer my support, and we will always be willing to support you. We have the environmental guardians program, and in 2025 we reached 2,500 children in different schools, so that we can see in them this idea, so that when they become productive people in society, they can understand what does it mean what we're discussing here. We have to be clear. It is very difficult to say a Panamanian to separate in 8 different parts. That's not going to happen. We need to work gradually, and we need to start planting these in our kids so that they can become agents of change when they become productive in society. We also have a pilot program that we started in a village in the district capital, where we're working together with the waste authority to implement everything that we're implementing. The idea is to escalate this to the capital district, because we have to cover the Distrito de San Miguelito, and then we need to move on to the country, so that we can give the opportunity to all citizens to make sure to that the circular economy is something that could work in Panama. But this is not going to be now, perhaps in 10 or 12 years. Thank you. What your thoughts, in going back to the words of Gustavo, of these primary words? I think that one of the challenges in the capital cities, where we see these challenges having to do with the dump sites or the transfer stations, this is just a huge way, and this is something that we need to do for this cultural economy. What's what's your vision? Greetings to our friends in this panel, and to the whole auditorium. I feel when I went back to school, my last name is Zuleta, and Since I was the youngest one, I was last in the list. I am very pleased to be here in Panama. You've said everything, and we as politicians were very good at speaking. This is why I'm here as governor of the Department of Córdoba. But I think that we need to speak about the real things. If you ask a common citizen, do you know what circular economy is? And they say no. And I think that we need to start. We need to begin by the roots. Uh, this morning, we heard presidents from South America and Latin America where they mentioned uh, of establishing a common front as Caribbean, as South America, as America, to protect us and to guarantee our sovereignty as hemisphere. Thinking about the threats of other countries, the first thing that we need to do as hemisphere and looking at the new governments in Latin America, we need to understand that oftentimes the first enemies are ourselves, human beings. We as individuals, we are the enemies of ourselves and our wealth. If there's something that makes my department reach in Cordoba, the best in Colombia, apologies to those of Colombians, if something that is making us rich is its biodiversity and tourism is generating revenues and the economies are is the tourism uh, bird sighting. I think that we need to take advantage of these spaces. So we need to establish a pact for conservation. And this pact for conservation and the different governments, which is applies to all the governments, should translate into actions, national actions. And then we need to see how these changes in the territory will take place. You may ask a person on the street in Panama or in Monteria or in Bogota, if you ask, do you know what circular economy is? They don't know. So we need to implement laws to make sure so that they can provide an economic benefit. So I was talking to the author Amazonia, and people are really are careful with their money, their financials. It hurts, but if you generate additional revenues, they will like it. So we need to generate. In the case of Córdoba, my government will last 4 years. With CAF, we signed an agreement and they built the prospective vision of Cordoba by 2052 because perhaps my dad will not be living then, but my three kids will be alive, and I want my kids to have the opportunity to live the way I did, taking advantage of biodiversity. And for that purpose, what I think that this is not something that you do overnight. There has to be a pact and a prospective vision for conservation, making sure that the people understand that it is the company, that there are benefits con- for reusing or recycling and not simply using and wasting. So this implies environmental education in the different educational institutions to make sure that the youth can understand that if they throw waste on the street, it will go to the river and then to the sea, and we will lose our biodiversity and our countries will not look good. In Colombia, this happens when you go through the causeway, you look on one side and you see that there's a lot of waste. And the same applies in our region. So this is a cultural aspect, and this is not something that we will achieve in 1 or 2 years. This implies a long-term vision, and our kids should not grow up the way we did because we weren't because we didn't have that relevance in our thoughts. So we need to what we need to do right now, these are structural changes so that those who are coming behind, they need to have a different vision of the world. Thank you. Thank you so much. A lot of thoughts on these first round when you spoke about the Conservation Pact. And the first thing I thought of is that circularity has to be a state policy with that sustained long-term view, because if you want to include this circularity vision, it's not going to be in 3 years. This is something that you achieve after many years, and these state policies, in addition to these public policies, institutional and sound dynamic models, they also need an enforcement policy, and of course the service management from the local management and the micromanagement. But in this vision, where we have a role, um, of course, in society, you have mentioned the importance, and this is not just the responsibility of the state. We understand this vision as institutions and structures that we have around them. So we have 25 minutes. We're five panelists. We have roughly 4 minutes. So I would like to start again. Apologies, Erasmus, uh, but you will have your 4 minutes so that you can have your thoughts. I would I would like to start with Gonzalo. Looking at triciclos, and after reading triciclos, I found a very interesting phrase that you can perhaps develop. That waste is a design error, and that you have been working on the solutions downstream for the development of these clean points, which are fixed, mobile, and which have been successful in Chile. What are, in your perspective, the logistics innovations that are critical, in your opinion, to optimize costs so that these can be included in the urban recycling chain? So, waste is a design area, and it does not refer to the design. Waste as something that you can generate and could not be generated. There is nothing even more circular than this waste, and the idea is to challenge the production, consumption systems, the way how we offer them, and how we waste them, and how we disposed of them. So I fully agree with my panelists in terms of the importance of public policies. We need to have a public policy to challenge not only the logistic mechanisms, but also the incentives, the importance of rates that adhere to the impact that they are generating, correcting subsidies that are causing the problem, and which may, in fact, help us advance to a zero residue economy. So, for many years, I was a CEO of food companies, and I was wondering why were we using these materials, and it was important to include incentives in the productive systems to reduce those residues. So this is possible where this is even more evident. At this time, for productive companies, it was not evident that they were posing a problem to the society. So the REV law allows connecting waste management with the responsibility of those importing it. So this is a dynamic that is present in Latin America, and in my opinion, uh, lawmakers should promote it. In Triciclos, we wanted to focus on 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 packing on the origin, on the source, segregation at the source, so that we can have the right material, the citizens, and to manage them efficiently, and the points where they were transformed. Perhaps disregarding, perhaps removing the segregation dynamics, which could make this process more expensive. So, as you indicated, this is an experience that has been expanded in Chile. We have 52 points of segregation where citizens go. We have more than 8.5 million visitors who obtain information. This is a system that is fundamentally financed by private companies, and then they get information so that they can improve their packing. And and after 20 years working in materials, packaging material, I want to invite Ovid. Don't think, don't think of eight recipients or containers. Think of one. The effort to teach people what's organic or inorganic is minimum vis-a-vis when you teach other things. So if we want people to understand what circular economy, if I ask this room, there will be differences. But if I ask in this room, in terms of what's organic or inorganic, if you give them the right incentives or punishments, that's something that you can achieve. With just one simple innovation, you can simplify the system so significantly, and then many of those residues that are highly recyclable, you can progress 90%. So this is something that we have seen. There are many cases, examples, experiences where we can obtain information and where we can work at all the different levels of society. And you can also establish the carrot or the incentives or the punishments to keep on doing so. So the logistic innovation is to solve the problem upstream by citizens with the different messages or incentives for those who produce. This incentives massive production. But when you deal with citizens, it's the idea is to ask one. It's just to ask about one container. You shouldn't punish the supplier. Just do one organic day, one inorganic day, or even you can promote the current actors and you don't take the business away from them. You simply organize it. Thank you, Gonzalo. This is food for thought, and the recommendations for Ovil and for many solid weight managers in this vision. In your prior participation, you spoke about aligning incentives, and this is connected to what are the aspects when you work in the territory, the communities to maintain circular practices. And if you help us understand how can you achieve this in vulnerable contexts. First of all, I want to emphasize on what I mentioned on the importance of understanding in our territories, there's a global relevance. We have designed some strategies in the territory which are based on understanding that although we're a very small territory with less than 50,000 inhabitants in the middle of the Amazonas, the actions that we implement there will have a global effect. This is the message that we want to convey here. The vast majority of Amazon peoples have the same conditions in Leticia, poor, small, little inhabitants, little, mostly forgotten by the central governments, uh, abandoned for many years, hundreds of years. Vulnerable populations, the vast majority are very poor municipalities, but we represent 80% of the biodiversity in Colombia. We represent less than 1% of the national GDP, 0.13% of the population. So politically, we're not interesting, but we have 80% of the biodiversity in Colombia, and therefore we have another level in the conversation. And on this understanding, and understanding that the waste management is a systemic issue involving different actors and also involving different solutions. There is not just a single solution to address all the different issues when something is systemic. So, based on this two understanding, we have designed some things that we have seen in our context to work with communities and to make sure that there are some practices in the community. The first thing is that we understand the culture as a point of entry, not just as a complement to what we do, but this is a fundamental aspect. Yesterday, the Minister of Culture of Panama said that culture is the invisible threat that joins communities, and this is an element that we use as a language to gather our communities in terms of best management of solid waste. So we use culture, music, movies or film industry in a festival that we call Salva tu Selva. This is something that we do on a yearly basis at a large scale or small scale, but people pay with plastics to go to the festival. So we design a mechanism where we talk to the citizens, we go to schools, universities, companies, and we invite citizens and our visitors, because we also work with the tourism sectors, to separate plastics throughout the years and to use that plastic as exchange. We exchange culture for these waste, and that way we generate incentives to so that people can change practices, so that they can understand that behind residues there's some value. This is a cultural value that we allocated to it, to these plastics, and this way we started to connect the residues to culture, identity, and the protection of their territory. So so they have a sense of belonging in the territory and a commitment that becomes sustainable through time. This is not just a specific campaign or or something that you have to separate residue. You generate a habit and a practice that will generate uh, change in behaviors. As Rigoberta Menchú mentioned yesterday, if we don't change our mindset, we're not going to generate any transformation. And it doesn't take place uh, just for the sake of it. There have to be other facilities. And the second point is that there has to be a visible and close infrastructure for people. We've seen you cannot ask to people to separate if you don't have the infrastructure. If you see that there's no separation, people will not continue there. So that infrastructure has to be in place, and it has to be constant. And Habitat Sur, which is our foundation, we have a selective route for plastic collection in the municipality of Leticia. There was no separation system or selective collection. So we funded that route. We operated ourselves, and every Saturday there's a truck going throughout Leticia and schools. We have more than 52 points where we collect every Saturday, and 11 points of collection where people bring their plastics. And the third one, just to finish, is to close this cycle when possible. When you see that these plastic residues become something else, then you understand that your effort is rewarded. When you see that this is going back to the landfill, you simply do not want to do it. So we need to close this cycle locally because the infrastructure is not there. This is large infrastructure that we need to have. So this implies an industrial transformation that it is really difficult to have. But what we're doing at this time, we have generated alliances with other areas like Avianca and Deprisa, where we can transfer these residues to Bogota, and we have other alliances with recyclers in Bogota who benefit from this plastic to generate oils so they can become an input for the industry. And with PET, we have another alliance with Inca de Colombia where we can close the PET cycle. So these are the 3 points. Apologies, we are running out of time. So an invitation to know about this. This has a global incidence, but you do have a global experience. So in this case, what are the circular business models that are more feasible to escalate in Latin American cities? I wanted to refer to Gonzalo's comment. In our regular routine in different countries in Latin America, we collect household, hospital, hazardous residues, organic, non-organic. So what you mentioned, this is part of our day-to-day life. This is not an illusion. This is not a dream. This is what we can do. Now, in terms of our question, there are solutions, and this is the scientific part. There
muy sencilla de implementar. Yo diría, hay tres grandes familias. La primera sería la valorización energética de los residuos, bajo varias opciones. Hay una opción que puede ser la generación de combustibles alternativos a partir de residuos domiciliarios para generar, por ejemplo, vapor en industrias o para utilizarse en la industria cementera que utiliza parte de residuos como combustible para el funcionamiento de sus hornos, como lo hacemos aquí en Panamá, que es recuperar hidrocarburos del transporte marítimo para transformarlos en un combustible alternativo que se comercializa y se vuelve a utilizar.
And this is something that you can reuse in the industrial chain of these fuels. And then we have the use of biogas through the utilization of biogas generated in the different landfills in the cities, where you can see very interesting possibilities today. This is where we have energy generation, electric power generation. I think of our activities in Brazil that we generate. We can supply for 40,000 people, and this is scalable in every single unit and the different landfills. We're also using. We have more interest, especially in the food and beverage, in terms of the use of renewable fuels. So we are seeing are how can this be used at the industrial level so that the companies can reduce their carbon footprint and have an energy uh, based on renewables. So I think that there's more punch. There's more economic scale. Then we have the recovery of materials. The recovery of materials, as indicated by Gonzalo, this is a whole issue. This is a mining of raw material, the traditional cardboard, paper, glass, metals, timber, which can be transformed into raw material to be reprocessed. And this is a very important pathway. And then I go back to the point that I mentioned before. These can work with a good regulatory framework, but this also requires the participation of community organizations because they have the small scale of recycling to transform into an industrial scale of for the utilization of these materials. And the third one, this is something that we do in several countries, in Colombia and in most of the countries, not at the production level that we would like, but this is an activity that can be carried out in several countries. The third possibility, Latin America is a good area whose GDP is in the agro-industrial area, cattle farming, forestry, and the utilization of these organic residues to be processed and to generate the compost and organic fertilizers of a better nutritional quality. This is an alternative that is viable and it generates positive externalities. What we do in Chile with the mods of sanitary plants, which is those mods are transformed through different processing through processes into fertilizers, and for them this is a fertilizer of good quality at a very low price compared to the regular ones. And I think that this is a great support for the development of these industrial activities. And the volume that Gonzalo mentioned in terms of volumetry or tons, this is instead of burying or placing them in a landfill, they can be reused in the agricultural activity of the area. So there's no science in this. These are they can be replicated. They are used in different countries, and I would like to see this to be extended to make get value of these residues.
Energética, recuperación de materiales y el uso del residuo.
The use of material and the making compost. Well, it's not only in the waste management area, but also in the wastewater management, as you mentioned in the Chilean case. We had to um, visit the Farfana plant and so on to know that all this is happening. And this leads me to this question. Well, you mentioned that what you're doing in under the light of these three elements and the use of waste and so on. So you mentioned something about compost. What is it that you think you want to do from the Waste Management Authority? First, I wanted to refer to what Gonzalo was saying. In fact, we have already identified this problem and we are completely convinced. We are positive about the fact that if we manage the community to understand that they can separate organic and inorganic as a first step, that is fundamental. And that is our north right now. So, what are we doing right now to move forward, in addition to being clear about the fact that we need to work on governance and education of the community and the kids, as we did in with 2,500 kids last year, and we want to do it this year. And we want to organize our landfill. Um, in Cerro Patacón, this is our in Patacón mountain. This is something that we find in very poor conditions. You will find this as you enter to Cerro Patacón in our landfill site. As you approach, you find social problems, kids working, uh, drugs, gangs, and so on. But we identified what our initial problems were for functioning. First problem, finding a sanitary or a landfill site. There was a wait that will uh, work one day and 5 days it will be um, idle and so on. So those pieces of equipment, instead of waiting for 4 hours or to pick up the waste, I can tell you the access to the landfill site in Cerro Patacón, once you enter, you uh, pass the scale, and the time it takes is 40 to 45 minutes as compared to 4 hours in the past. How did we achieve this? By looking for the necessary technologies to become more efficient to access, and we repair the internal ways in the landfill site. We added controls and the necessary equipment for the distribution and right compacting of wastes. We are working with the right companies on addressing a problem that we have, which is the problem of pneumatics. We can file the pneumatics that we have in the landfill site. I can tell you that there are over 10 million units of tires or pneumatics buried in the landfill. We are not going to be armed cost. We are working on this. Gustavo also mentioned about compost. We are starting a pilot test to start working with 100 tons of compost, and this will help us recover a certain amount of organic material that reaches the landfill site and obtain benefits. We are also working on some tenders on two very important aspects for us. There are some like, heap leaching. We had a problem in Patagon. Some of the oxidation components were damaged, so these is causing contamination. The is contaminating the water bodies that are adjacent to this area. Wastes in Panama damage all the methane collection system, and this is a greenhouse gas. So this gas is contaminating the atmosphere. So next month, we uh, there will be a tender tied to the management of uh, leachates and the collection of methane. If we manage to flare it or burn it before it is being exposed right now, then that would be a win. But just as per the guidelines of the presidents of the country, well, since there's a great concern about this, we are deeply committed to this because there's an evident problem that is affecting us directly. So we are walking in that direction. We have a clear and specific north or guidance on what we need to do. We are receiving the support of the executive branch um, because in the absence of this support, we would not be able to do what we are doing. We still have some problems. We are working on this. We are working on extending or expanding the budget to do more things. I am accompanied by a team of professionals that are deeply committed with great initiatives that will be implemented soon in the Sanitation Authority. Thank you very much and much success. I wish you in all of those plans. Erasmo, perhaps we will have some minutes, um, some extra minutes for you to share your thoughts. As a representative of the Federation, you need to represent all the provinces and from the national um, and territory and the national government. What changes do you consider that are enable for more alignment in local governments towards this vision of circular models and that could be sustainable? Uh, Due to equity and justice, I need to be given some time to answer. Well, I wanted to talk precisely about this, to talk about this perspective vision that allows governments and citizens to walk towards that or down that path of conservation. A person must understand that you can produce by conserving, and conserving oftentimes can be or can entail a greater productivity. So, in this regard, beyond an act, and I say this because I was also a congressman in Colombia in 2018 until 2022, and there were three acts that I personally wrote. So, there are many bills that are never applied. They remain on paper if there's a lack of political will from the executive branch. So there should be a commitment, a worldwide, global commitment and from the to understand the the importance of conserving and a public partnership to foster the conditions for an effective separation of wastes like organic from inorganic wastes. Because many times there are no landfills or waste management facilities or mechanisms that can take advantage of that separation. So sometimes it is not useful. Like in the case of Córdoba, the province, no use. There's no use in separating solid wastes from organic wastes. For example, if the garbage truck will just mix everything together. So there should be a long way of a public-private partnership, not only an investment on the private side, but the public side of it to generate the change in mindset, the conditions, and through regulations and money. What is painful for a company to be affected in their finances? What do people like? Having money in their pocket. In the case of the province of Cordoba, a department with cattle farming and with Sucre and Urabá, we have the main cattle raising area. In Cordoba, we are implementing a program with over 600 peasant families where we improve productivity of farmers with through genetics and um, different processes in live fences and um, biodigesters to generate gas from cows' excrement. And with this ex compost that remains, there's a product that is sold by the community. So this is just to understand that wealth can be generated by conserving and take advantage of CAF's presence. Many times we have problems for the financing of strategic projects. In the case of a subnational government, sometimes it's very difficult to do everything, and we need the help of multilateral banking. And this is a message for CAF, for us governors or mayors to have access to a multilateral loan. We don't have to go to a national government to have a national endorsement, just like as a national government generates its wealth and is able to pay. In the case of the Department of Cordoba and all governors of the country, we are also capable of responding and paying back to multilateral banking, which would be working on this environmental conservation. Thank you very much, Erasmo. I think this has been very useful. I agree with what you're saying, and we do have a line of credits for for governments, a credit line for governments, but we require sovereign guarantees, meaning we don't want the that to be necessary. Yeah, but in some cases, that's part of the financial innovation. Uh, Anyways, our time is up. I hope you have enjoyed. I think there have been many reflections and a very, very interesting conversation. Thank you very much. And I feel very honored and pleased to have been part of such a high level panel. Thank you very much.
The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University. Exploring the intersection of government policy and the free market to offer a better understanding of the free enterprise system and its impact on human prosperity around the world. Founded in 2020 by Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature to promote education and mentorship through
Gracias a todos por su
multidisciplinary programs and
participación en
fellowships.
este enriquecedor
We empower
conversatorio
students in
y
public
por las
policy and
reflexiones que han
free
puesto sobre
enterprise.
la mesa.
We
Recordemos
conduct
que
Thank you for your participation. We remind you that the previous panel is just finished. Now we invite all the attendees to follow us on social media.
toda
and
la
foster
audiencia
a
que está
vibrant
conectada a
community
través del
of
canal de
leaders.
YouTube,
We
también los
inform,
invitamos a
innovate,
To the audience following us through the YouTube channel, we encourage you to leave your comments using our hashtags as well. For those of you who are just joining us, we remind you that we are in the city of Panama in our 2026 forum, how to position the region in the global scenario. This event is organized by the Latin American and the Caribbean Development Bank, the CAF, and the support of the Government of Panama.
Legislature to promote education and mentorship through multidisciplinary programs and fellowships. We empower students in public policy and free enterprise. We conduct cutting-edge research on political and economic systems, host global conferences and seminars, and improve public policy by providing informed analysis to decision makers. At the Adam Smith Center, we blend knowledge and action to shape a prosperous, free future and foster a vibrant community of leaders.
Hola, sí, hola, sí. Hola, sí, 1, 2, 3. Pero parece que esto tiene que darle a la antena. Hola, sí, ¿me escucha? ¿Me está escuchando? Perfecto. Hola, sí, hola, sí.
1, 2,
Prueba de
3.
sonido.
¿Me están oyendo?
Ok, 1, 2, 3.
3, 4, 5.
Invi-
Hola, sí. Hola, sí. Uno, dos, tres. Escucha. Hola, sí. Uno, dos, tres. Prueba de sonido. Uno, dos, tres.
Invitamos a todos los asistentes a seguir las redes sociales
We invite all attendees to follow the social media of Agenda CAF in Instagram, X, and Facebook. For all those people who still don't have their headsets, make sure you collect them at the entrance of this room. We remind you that this event is held by CAF with the support of the Government of Panama.
Este evento es organizado por CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe, con el apoyo del Gobierno de Panamá.
This
Agradecemos
event is held by the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF. We also want to thank our partners, CNN, El Tiempo, Mercado, La Estrella de Panamá, El Universo, El Mercurio, El Comercio, ABC, Radio Panama, La Nación, Este Diario, RCN, El Deber, Eco, Diario El Salvador, and TBN. We will continue with a key talk, challenges of our region and duties of a region. We want to invite to such an important panel Mr. Francisco Sagasti, ex-president of Peru, Michelle, a deputy secretary and regional director of the UNDP for Latin America and the Caribbean, Fernando Carrillo Flores, vice president of the PINASA, and Fernando Aramayo, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bolivia. Mr. Fernando Carrillo Flores, vice president of Prisa, will be in charge of moderating this important panel. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Okay, can you hear me well? Thank you very much, dear friends, your excellencies, colleagues, and representatives of the different sectors in the Latin American societies and Caribbean societies. To me, as a regional director of the UNDP for Latin America and the Caribbean, it is a great source of pride to welcome you and to do it from my own country. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to this dialogue, Democracies Under Pressure, Reimagining the Futures of Democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we could also say from Latin America and the Caribbean. These are two topics when we talk about democracy and development. These are two interdependent and interconnected topics that are located at the center and the heart of our mandate as as UNDP, but that also offer, as Fernando and I mentioned a few minutes ago, that big framework where all conversations that have taken place in this forum have a home, democracy and development. So, as you can see, uh, I am accompanied by great peers, and it's the best way to have this conversation of democracy and development. And joining me are three Latin Americans that share this conviction, this passion, and this sense of urgency to have this conversation. I will start by President Sagasti, who has been an, a relentless fighter for human rights and democracy, having felt in his own skin the pressures that we will be addressing today without having given up. So thank you, President, for being here. My dear Chancellor from Bolivia, Fernando Aramayo, a master of governance, democratic governance, of dialogue and construction of consensus for development. And I can say that with much pride that he was with us at the beginning of the conceptualization of this first report on democracy and development that we will be presenting and submitting from the UNDP with super valuable contributions, Mr. Chancellor, and also my dear friend Fernando Carrillo, who I share with, who I share with commitment, work, and from whom I learned on a daily basis. Last time we run into each other was in the YOSADAC um, summit. That's where we run into each other. And you give me a copy of your book, Defending Democracy with No Fear, which leaves me with a huge sense of energy, but also hope, clear hope that it is possible and that we can be able of conveying. I hope we can convey all this to you. I will be sharing three main ideas before we open the floor to our panel members, as I have mentioned, that could help us guide this conversation, even though they don't really need a lot of framework and guidance to address this topic. But the first thing is the fact that revisiting this link between democracy and development is a challenge, is an urgent challenge in Latin America. For our generation, Latin America and the Caribbean. Why for Latin America and the Caribbean? Well, perhaps this is a key point as a starting point from this conversation. Because democracy is the majority um, political system. Because in spite of the potential challenges democracies face in our region and and its imperfection and incompleteness in terms of the process of consolidation thereof, we are the most democratic region or developing region in the planet, and that is key for today's conversation. This implies that, technically speaking, we are the only region in development in the country that has the real possibility of advancing development through democracy. But this is something that won't happen alone. It implies awareness, reflection, conviction, and action taking on behalf of Latin American societies and Caribbean societies, if that is what we decide. Why? Because the democracies in the world, but very specifically in a region, the democracies in a region are under pressure today. And if we are not willing to, or able to identify and design the necessary relief bulbs to release that pressure, and hopefully understand that this pressure is not completely evil, and we are able to transform it into force and transformation, that if we fail to do this, that it could be too late. And those pressure points there are several. It starts with the unfulfilled promises of democracy, with inequalities. Over 20 years ago, in the first report on democracy and development by the UNDP, inequality was already identified as the main threat for democracy's development in the region, and we continue to be the most unequal region in the planet. Also, corruption as part of those unfulfilled promises, but also the failures of the democratic system, the weaknesses of the government and institutions, not only the weakness of weight and counterweight, but the use of those weights and counterweights to damage the own democratic systems, the fragmentation of political parties, and the direct impact of in the representation of our leaders, how everything denatures the system. But to this, many characteristics of our times are added. The rapid evolution of new technologies and the rapid adoption of artificial intelligence that transform not only the way in which we relate to each other, but it relates the civic spaces where we exercise our citizenship, but also the information and the way in which we consume it. Of course, we have a changing climate, and we could say that this is no new pressure, but it is when we understand the impact that this climate and this extreme phenomena are having in the region. And I can say this from the optic of Panama, being a country that um, experienced serious droughts for over a year. And we putting at stake the Panama Canal, such an important resource. Also, migratory movements in different directions in our region, and a growing political polarization, being the region of the world where the polarization has increased the most in the last 20 years. And with this very summarized context, it's not difficult to understand the population can feel frustration, lack of satisfaction with democratic systems, and a deep um, lack of appealing with politics, giving rise to authoritarian populist discourses that take advantage of the democratic system to uh, reach power and then further damage it and erode it. And this is a problem that requires urgent attention. Why did I say this is a task that concerns us? Because in the democratic countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, our generation is obliged to serve as a bridge between that part of the citizenship that still reminds in their own, remembers in their own skin what it feels like to live in an authoritarian system and that knows as a fact that democracy is built and it's not get taken for granted and that is an constantly an finished work. These new generations are uh, digital natives, and they were their generation emerged within a system with challenges, and that has uh, uh, found it difficult to address all these challenges. And there's a generalized disenchantment, and there's also a weakness in the government. There is a weaknesses in political matters and other variables. So it is important to understand that the link between democracy and development is constantly evolving. And that just as I have referred to democracy as an unfinished process, it's the same case for development. It's always an unfinished process. There's no such thing as a 100% democratic country or context that is 100% developed. And this is the center of our mandate as UNDP in Latin America and the Caribbean, after a process of democratic consolidation that matched a very important process of social progress with amazing results, and we should remember this always. That was also accompanied by important economic growth. We could question, but that really took place. And we have a very different context, full of uncertainty, huge uncertainty, and that dissatisfaction also um, has to do with a mediocre economic growth with a third decade lost practically. And after the progress achieved, we know that there was a lot of inequality, that it's completely fragile and vulnerable to suffering setbacks. So, in our latest report from the UNDP in the region, it is stated that the concept of resilience is urgent, it's pivotal. And I won't touch on this project because on this concept because we want to hear from our panel members. But I want to say that we are considering a change of paradigm in terms of the outlook of development as a target and roadmap. It's natural that um, as a by part of the challenges, we have to revisit. Or regardless of challenges, we need to revisit that link to know that we have institutions and mechanisms and processes that could guarantee that development outlook. But it's also an encouragement to dialogue as suggested by UNDP. Member states in the region should embrace and it could become or turn into a mandate and approving it as the next roadmap for the next 4 years in the region. But we are missing a very important link, and is the way this vision is grounded. And to do so, it is only possible by involving the beneficiaries of those public policies in dialogue processes and consensus on that shared vision as to the future that awaits. Having said this, I would like to pass the floor to Fernando so that he can guide us through this conversation, where we review this link that even if we don't have enough empiric evidence as to how democracy could be the best system to advance in democracy. If we go to what the definitions of development and democracy under the light or in the eyes of UNDP is two sides of the same coin. If we think of human development as the capacity of choosing the life they deem valuable, there's no political correlate different to democracy for this purpose. So, Fernando, I want to stress um, uh,
Muchas gracias, Michelle.
that we are grateful for all the attendees joining us, and I hand it
La
over to
verdad
you.
sea dicha, hablar después de Michelle es muy complicado
It's
porque
very
creo que
difficult to
todos
talk
los
after
puntos
Michelle
mencionados
because I
fueron
think that
expuestos.
all the analysis
Esta
elements
mañana
are
pensaba
set on the
cuando
table.
oímos todos a los
This morning,
presidentes
I was thinking when we
las
heard all the presidents, when we heard from all the presidents, what the test um,
independientemente de la valoración que
that
hagamos
we
de
run on the
qué
president
fue
of the
lo que
U.S. after what
significó
happened
la
on
palabra democracia
January 3rd
en la
was
justificación
how
de
many ways the word democracy
esta
appeared in
iniciativa.
the justification, and
Recuerden esta mañana
the answer was
las
zero.
intervenciones de los presidentes
I was
democráticos
thinking
desafortunadamente
uh,
el
or I
tiempo
was counting how many
pero
times
como
they
dijo el
used the word
presidente de
democracy
CAF
or they mentioned
estamos en una
democracy.
etapa
But like the
de
president of CAF
wearing
said,
out de las
he
instituciones democráticas.
defined this as a wearing out of democratic institutions.
Ciertamente es una
It's a wearing out that
constatación
is
que
very
la
evident.
democracia
It has
se ha
democracy.
puesto del
It
lado de
has
las
uh,
élites
United
y de
Nations
las
on its
sociedades
side in
del PNR regional
with the
y de
attempts
las
and the initiatives from the
autoridades como
UNDP
para
led
decir
by
la
Michelle.
verdad.
I think this
Y
is
decir la verdad es que
fundamental
estamos viviendo
to tell the
tiempos
truth.
muy
The truth is that we are
oscuros en las
experiencing
bases
dark
de la
hours
democracia,
in
que
in
esta
humanity. That we are
surge de
experiencing
los
this
miedos, del
decade
temor y la amenaza
in
y buena parte, creo yo,
humanity and
de esta
democracy, and a great deal of this
sociedad.
panel
Yo oí hablar a
uh,
Michelle y les hago tres
is meant
reflexiones.
to look at them because it makes sense.
La primera
So I want
tiene
to
lo que
refer to three
ver con los
trilogies.
causales
First, it has to do with the
de la
stress factors
democracia, de los
on
presidentes de la
democracies,
democracia.
meaning the
Y es
pressures
claro,
democracy
todas las instituciones
experiences.
señalan
And
que hay tres elementos que son
there are
fundamentales.
three elements that are
La
key, referring
violencia,
to the elements
la
mentioned this morning.
seguridad
One,
y
violence
la autoridad
and
que
security.
es
We have an
el
authority, which
señor
is our ex
general
vice
Oscar
president of
Naranjo,
Colombia, General
que
Oscar
tenemos
Naranjo,
muchas
who
esperanzas
we
de que él sea
have our
presidente de
hopes
la
on as
República.
well.
En segundo
Still,
lugar,
and
lo que tiene que
second,
ver
everything that
con
has to do
la desigualdad.
with
Creo que la parte
inequality,
social fue
I think
reconocida
social
por
matters
todos los
are
presidentes.
recognized by all
En
presidents.
tercer lugar,
And
el
third,
elemento fundamental
the
tiene que ver
key
con la
element
corrupción.
has to do with
Con los
corruption,
elementos necesarios de que
with the
la
necessary
inseguridad y la
elements
violencia generan
that
miedo
insecurity and violence create fear and certainty.
esta
That's like the
Latinoamérica
characteristic of the
y
latest
en
years and the latest decades in our Latin American
segundo
countries.
lugar, la desigualdad
Second,
genera
inequality
desigualdad
generates
genera
social
desigualdad
fragmentation, well informed, well explained in the UNDP
genera
report
marginación
about societies undergoing
que ha llevado
pressure.
a la
Social
criminalidad
fragmentation that has
y
led
que ha
to social
convertido
protest,
un
that has
factor
become
de inseguridad
another
en muchas
factor
de
of
nuestras sociedades.
insecurity
Y
in
por último,
our societies.
la
And
fragmentación
finally,
es
corruption, which is
dolorosa,
dramatic because it is the
genera
cancer
desconfianza,
thereof. It
¿no?
generates
Porque por
lack of
supuesto,
trust, desertion.
hay
And
una
of course, it is
representación
originated in a representation crisis because
parecen
our
como caballos en
congresses
camino, como una correa
are
que
just
continúa,
like
simplemente
a
ocupados
conveyor
con
belt, or
sus
they're just
propias
busy
agendas. Y eso lleva, ustedes
with the duties of
recordarán
the executive
que
power.
muchos expresidentes
So there are
coinciden,
many
creo que alguien lo hizo hace unas horas,
ex-presidents that are
en las famosas tres P's de
that
Moisés
cite
Naín,
this. The three
que yo creo que
P's
son
of
muy
Moises
buenos
Nain,
ejemplos
which was a
de que de vez en
valid
cuando
case
estamos
5 years
mejor o
ago.
peor que las tres P's. ¿Sí?
It was a valid
Las tres
judgment
P's
5 years
son
ago. I think we're worse than the
populismo,
three P's:
postverdad
populism,
y
post-truth, and
fascismo,
polarization.
que es una
We passed through
expresión
three
típica de
F's.
los fascistas.
It's like a
Estamos
fascist
hablando de
authoritarianism, and this is what we are talking about in a great deal of the
a
authoritarian
nivel mundial
systems
en muchas
worldwide, not only
partes.
Latin America.
La falsedad en lugar de
The
la prospección,
false
la mentira
uh,
como
or
modelo de
deceive
ejercicio de los
is
medios
supposed to truth, and
actualmente y sobre todo en
lies,
esta
fake
época
news,
de bajo régimen
like Jaime Abello, Juan Fernando
competitiveness,
Londoño, and many of the peers have contributed from
la
CAF and
tercera
UNDP.
es la
And the last
polarización
F,
es un elemento
polarization, is
por
has been
ejemplo, del
overcome.
fundamentalismo
We are under extremism and fundamentalism based scenarios. And I think that is very serious. And finally, stated as it is stated by the UNDP about the need, and this was mentioned extensively by presidents, they all talked about the democratic bloc. And I ask you, in all the reflections of this forum, in all development sectors, don't they start with the same premise? Take just any sector, take a look around. Without a democratic clause, without defense, without principles and values and democratic institutions, would it make sense to achieve anything of what you can draw or take away from any one of these panels, each and any one? So we have reached a point in which we're tolerating authoritarianism, and democracy has been left aside, and many rulers in the world have to be somehow need to be deleted from the big picture and excluded as a condition for development. And I think this is the importance of this conversation. There has to be reciprocity, and there has to be a complementary relation between democracy and development. There can be no development without democracy and the other way around. And this has been generated as well by the UNDP. I was telling Michelle that 20 years ago, and we have three masters of democracy here, Professor Manolo Alcántara. 20 years ago, we were discussing the democracy report with the Dante Caputo, ex-chancellor, Argentina ex-chancellors, as the basis of United Nations and forward. And it is important to recognize this. I come from a family of physicians. What is called the threshold of pain. We have I use this analogy because we have increased our threshold, the pain we tolerate when there are some global characters and principles that we need to defend and we fail to. And finally, as part of the questions that I want to ask, starting by Chancellor Aramayo, Chancellor, the President of Bolivia, in a great speech this morning, referred to this precisely. How, as an essence of authoritarianism, we have to go back to realities, but especially in addition to principles and values, institutions, procedures, democratic procedures, because it's not only about winning the elections. It is a common place to say this. Well, democracies right now, authoritarianism win the elections, but they end up ruling in a non-democratic manner. So how can we create leadership that is the antithesis of what we're seeing in the world? Because now in the world, we are looking at apparently strong leaderships, and their strength is just taking the respect for human rights and freedoms, and these are models sold in Latin America. Leaderships that um, are not those leaderships that are impartial, that are extreme, that are, how can we find ethical leadership, which is the opposite of corruption? We have we have had the debate on this about the damage of corruption to this to democratic systems. And finally, leadership with empathy, where there can be national conversations about the future of democracy. So I think it was very smart on behalf of UNDP, Michelle. And I think that the question is should be how can we reimagine democracy into the future? But let's start talking about leadership. How do we build those kind of or that leadership required by democracy so that whoever is guiding or leading to the spark of democracy, because we need to stand for it every day, could be the result of our behaviors, our culture, setting aside all those pathologies that we are experiencing in Latin America and the rest of the world.
Apologies here. I'm going to pass the floor to Almudena Fernandez because we're going to create, we're going we have to, we're going to create Michelle Mouchet. She has to be in the plenary to comply with the CAF commitments. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. It is an honor for me to be here. Basically, at home with many colleagues from the UNDP. It is an honor to be with such an important group, Michelle Almudena, Fernando Carrillo, Francisco Sagazzi. So the question is quite provoking, and this is something that has been mentioned. And to give you a significant response, what Michelle has presented, we charted the topics that we can discuss in terms of leadership. One has to do with the loss of trust. There's no trust, not only in the traditional mechanisms of democracy, understanding that electoral processes or the polarization processes, everything has been emotional, and there has been a sounding box, and the mechanisms that have become more complex in terms of the political culture and the quality standards in terms of leadership. Not only does this have to do with the traditional processes, which is something that we have discussed for many years, uh, with the appearance of technology. On the other hand, this has affected the values and principles to deepen into polarization. We have lost trust, democracy in terms of the instruments, and today we will go back to the way of reinventing institutional approach and content so that we can demand other types of leaderships, because betting on the change of leadership, the behavioral institutions to educate societies, this could be very complex. This could be from the supply or the response of democracies since 2004, when there was a response, when we were submitting the report, when we talk not about a democracy or the different democracies where societies are willing to provide several rights in exchange for the solution of securities. Now we need to re-educate ourselves. There's another content in another way of demandable or enforceability. There has to be accountability. This is short term, so we need to re-educate ourselves to elevate the quality standards and the product of institutions, the performance of institutions is not measured by the products delivered, because there is a re-hierarchization process regardless of the participation processes that you have in line or technological. They're not affecting the decision making processes. They're interested of different of two different parties. So you need to use condition the actions, and they're excluded from the scheme of decisions. So therefore, we have the need to renegotiate agreements not only within the states but also among the states, because we're facing a scenario of governments that are prosecuted. So the state is affected by other interests, by organized crime, and therefore the leadership is becoming instrumental to these interests, and they're not representing these interests. So who is liable, or who should be accountable for whom is this being designed? Because one, they were a left wing or right wing, and when we analyze this is rhetorical. The blocks and the practicality, there are practices that have not changed. And to finish, the leadership that we're seeing in Latin America will have to recognize that the societies are self-regulated societies. They don't want to follow the belligerent processes in Bolivia. They want institutional approaches. You should follow the society approaches. These are times where most of states are betting on democracies, but democracies have to reinvent because the fractures on society, they're deeper, and at some point in time we will see that there is no respect for the institutions, but to impose another way out. Thank you. We we know the importance of this creation at some point in time. This is a part of the report of the UN. The media is important here, and importantly, the lack of information and promotion of lies produced from power. This is not just the broadcasting over the media. The first victim is the truth and democracy. So this is important. And the second thing is that there are we are exceeding states. uh, it's been in the hand of the populism and authoritarianism, and this is promoting the extremism that we're facing. We have former President Sagasti. I met him in an IDB mission in Peru, and he was leading a firm that was calibrating the public opinion in Peru very truthfully. Please tell us from the civil society standpoint. This is a very significant job in terms of political institution, as indicated by Mr. Anamayo. But there we have Matias Bianchi from Argentina. He has been a defender of democracy. How can we promote those instances taking place in Latin America to defend something that we need to defend every day? Somebody said that one of the strengths of democracy is its own fragility, because we need to defend it. And new generations believe that democracy is something for taken for granted, and that it should not be defended. But former President Sakasi, would you like to respond this question? Which are the scenarios where we are reimagining democracy into the future? Thank you so much for the introduction and for this. Since I was not prepared, I have a whole book on this. But I just wanted to mention that a couple of things. Talking about this topic is a little bit difficult because, on the one hand, most of my life being an academic in an organization, civil society organizations, and writing, but a good part of my life while I was a politician, I was exercising the authority in my country in a very difficult time. And do you know what was the motto of the government that I had to do? That I had to trust and hope. The idea was to restore trust of citizens and bringing them back to hope. So, in this conversation on democracy, I will perhaps not to consider many things, but we need to reinvent democracy, as indicated by Churchill at the end of the of World War II. This is the least evil of all political systems, and except for everything else, and it had to be reinvented. But in order to reinvent it, we need to know why it failed. And there is something important. Not only the leaders are destroying democracy. Let's not think that there is just one leader destroying democracy in our in we have something sui generis in our country, something that we could call anarchical authoritarianism. We have localized groups that converge for something that is very specific, from the left wing to the right wing, from the corrupt to those having own interests. And this is not just one leader, but there is a combination that moves and destroys democracy using the same instruments of democracy. What's worst about this situation is that what they do is that they take the laws, the constitution, they distort them, they misrepresent them, and by using this legal framework, they undermine it and they destroy it. And I think that this is one of the core problems, because if we do not diagnose that there are different ways to destroy democracy, and not only through a single leader, but with new ways to do it, we cannot restore it. It's been often argued, and we have heard this in Peru several times, and also in Latin America, that an authoritarian government is needed, a strong government to impose. That's false. In the mid and long term, authoritarian governments will undermine their own precarious achievements at a time of change, an accelerated change, and I'm not going to repeat, everything is flowing and everything is changing, the capacity to adapt, the flexibility, the possibility to hear different voices, the possibility to modify the pathway, something that authoritarian governments have, whether vertical or anarchical, that's impossible to do in the first case, because these are authoritarian leaders who believe they're the best and who are the only ones right. And in the anarchical, the particular interests include organized crime mutates and finds new ways of association to pursue their purposes, and they destroy the social purpose of democracy. The only way to respond to the challenges that we're facing and that we will be facing in the future is to do it through democratic institutions having which need to have three characteristics. Apart from the legality, they have to be legitimate. What does this mean? Um, the consensus and approval of those governed. And there are many governments that have consensus and others lack it. And you have to be very careful because there are two other requirements in terms of legality. And secondly, you need to think about the common good. And the third one, which is important, which is to reinforce institutions that allow the participation, the validity of human rights, the periodical renewal of leadership, and not becoming eternal or in power, because this is the absolute guarantee of being incapable of responding to new challenges. They, they, they are deeply rooted, and at the end of the day, experience has said that these governments simply end, and they end up harming people. So, how can the system be renewed? We have to be absolutely, we have to be iconoclastic. I've been reading some articles on the history of democracy, and I just went to Hamburg in Germany and to meet some researchers, and one of them suggested to go back to the traditional Greek system that could guarantee representation, where citizens were elected by ballot to become members of a legislative assembly. So if we want to represent the citizens, one way would be uh, just as there is an obligation in the U.S. to be members of a jury when delegating or when you are selected by ballot, then we should select our representatives to the Congress by ballot, but not all of them. Imagine a Congress having one third of citizens elected by ballot, representing all the citizens by socioeconomic levels and so on and so forth. Another third by their merits, with full knowledge of the laws and things that have to be addressed. And the third group, those having an interest, having the vocation to participate in politics. I can guarantee that the Congress will be different compared to the ones that we currently have in our countries. There are many ways that I've thought of what should be the balance between the executive, legislative, the judicial power, all the different control and balance mechanisms. How can we make sure that there's no re-election and that one government lasts one limited power so that they won't end there forever to become to avoid them from becoming a dictatorship. Now, talking about leadership, I think that the core aspect in this case is to educate the new democratic leaders of the future, the solutions and the schemes that we have had so far, and this new context with these new challenges that have been mentioned, and I could delve into that will not apply. We, there is a need to fully reinvent the democratic system, and I think that in Latin America, we have the conditions to do it with the new generation of political leaders that must be educated as a new a group of ideas and concepts who can understand the moment that we're going through, and that the only response is to combine the individual freedom or liberty with collective action, and this will guarantee democracy. Thank you, President. Two final thoughts that I would like to leave you with, which are essential. 20 years ago, we published a book in IPT, Policy Matters for Development. And what we wanted to say is democracy matters for development. If you're not based on the premise, or if you don't have a backbone on any development project, for the economic or social or political process, if we're not democratic, we're wasting our time. And this is essential because, as you mentioned, imagine new scenarios of democratic behaviors is fundamental. In cooperation, we have Erika Rodriguez, the president, the chair, the CEO of La Carolina Foundation. She has been working on this. So I think that this is the purpose. It is not to say that multilateralism ended with respect to authoritarianism. I think that this is something that has to end. And if it will end, if we're aware that the efforts that we do for the defense of rights, for the rejection to the abusive constitutional approach that wants to change the constitution for the benefit of the current politicians and the authoritarian and that kidnapped the social agenda, because in the different in the Latin American karma, only the extreme right wing is will do the security, and the left wing will do the social part. And there are we need to reimagine these scenarios of, and we would like to invite you to the plenary room.
The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University. Exploring the intersection of government policy and free market to offer a better understanding of the free enterprise system and its impact on human prosperity around the world. Founded in 2020 by Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature to to promote education and mentorship through multidisciplinary programs and fellowships. We empower students in public policy and free enterprise. We conduct cutting-edge research on political and economic systems, host global conferences and seminars, and improve public policy by providing informed analysis to decision makers. At the Adam Smith Center, we blend knowledge and action to shape a prosperous, free future and foster a vibrant community of leaders. We inform, innovate, influence, inspire. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at FIU. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University. Exploring the intersection of government policy and the free market to offer a better understanding of the free enterprise system and its impact on human prosperity around the world. Founded in 2020 by Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature to promote education and mentorship through multidisciplinary programs and fellowships, we empower students in public policy and free enterprise. We conduct cutting-edge research on political and economic systems, host global conferences and seminars, and improve public policy by providing informed analysis to decision makers. At the Adam Smith Center, we blend knowledge and action to shape a prosperous, free future and foster a vibrant community of leaders. We inform, innovate, influence, inspire. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at FIU. At the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom, you don't just learn, you achieve. Through our interdisciplinary Bachelor of Science in Business and Government Leadership, you'll gain perspective, innovate, and connect with real-world leaders.
It starts with me.
It starts with me.
It starts with me. It starts with you.
Leadership starts here. At the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom, you don't just learn, you achieve. Through our interdisciplinary Bachelor of Science in Business and Government Leadership, you'll gain perspective, innovate, and connect with real-world leaders.
It starts with me.
It starts with me.
It starts with me. It starts with you.
Leadership starts here. At the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom, you don't just learn, you achieve. Through our interdisciplinary Bachelor of Science in Business and Government Leadership, you'll gain perspective, innovate, and connect with real-world leaders.
It starts with me.
It starts with me.
It starts with me. It starts with you.
Leadership starts here. At the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom.
Buenas tardes, le damos la bienvenida a todos los nuevos asistentes de este panel y también le agradecemos a todas las personas que están conectadas desde el canal de YouTube de CAF, así que los invitamos a continuar siendo parte de esta conversación más allá de las paredes a través de esta comunidad digital global con el hashtag Foro Económico CAF 2026. Recordemos que estamos desde la ciudad de Panamá, así que los invitamos a todos a ya tomar asiento porque vamos a dar inicio a este Para cerrar la jornada, damos la bienvenida a Lucía Damer, académica y autora de Anatomía del Poder.
Let's welcome Lucia Danner, Professor of International Relations from the Chile University, and she will be moderating the last panel of the day, Security and Development Before the Challenges of Illegal Markets, Evidence, Cooperation, and Regional Action. Welcome, Lucia. We also welcome Lea Jimenez, Ms. Lea Jimenez, Advisor of the Executive President of CAF. In this panel, we will count on the participation of Ana Delgado, Ambassador of Panama before the US and President of the Hemispheric Community, Fernando Carrion Flaxo, and Oscar Naranjo, ex-director of the National Police of Colombia. Welcome. We'll hand it over to Ms. Lea Jimenez, and then we will start with the panel. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this panel on security and development. Before the challenge of illegal markets, this is a challenge that plays a key role in the development agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. For a long time, the organized crime and illicit economies were addressed as security problems. Today, we know they are also challenges, structural challenges for development. They affect investment, they erode trust, institutional trust, they distort markets, they weaken social cohesion and put at stake democratic governance. From CAF, we are convinced that there cannot be sustainable development without security, and facing these challenges requires more than fragmented responses. We require strong institutions, regional cooperation, an effective one, public policy based on evidence, but above all things, an indispensable ingredient is regional integration. Within this framework, this panel seeks to discuss an initiative that reflects that vision of integration. The Inter-American Observatory of Data Analysis, Visualization and Action Against Organized Crime, DAVIC crime, developed jointly by CAF and the Organization of American States with the academic support of Oxford University and the technical support of the Atlantic Council. The observatory was emerged as a public good, aiming at generating reliable, comparable data and actionable data about organized crime and illicit markets, and to transform that information into better decisions of public policy. This effort is framed under the strategic framework of security and justice for development of CAF, which seeks to integrate security in the integration of development, strengthening institutional capabilities and promoting regional cooperation, and putting their bets for more sustainable and comprehensive approaches. Today we have high-level panel members with political experience, operational experience, and academic experience that would help us reflect on how to advance towards regional, more effective responses in a complex context marked by the fragmentation and lack of trust, but on the other hand, by offering a new opportunity to unite in a regional matter to combat a common threat. We hope this dialogue contributes to a truthful conversation based on evidence and targeted towards action. Thank you very much and welcome to all panel members. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Thank you for staying until this late. For those of you who have waited, in spite of a hour and a half delay, we will be talking about different topics. I've been invited to moderate this panel, and I would like to mention that in addition to the problems of violence and security in the region, today we have a significant increase in illegal markets that have had a capacity of institutional and political corruption. And therefore, security is not only a matter of criminal justice, A second point that has to do with this event is the need to involve um, the private world more strongly, a private world that plays an important role, not only in the collaboration with some strategies, some reactive strategies, but also preventive strategies. And of course, the need to review many of the policies that we have implemented in the region. In the last 25 years, more or less, we have implemented all types of policies. The majority have not worked. They have not worked because they last little time and our policies change policies every time there's a change in government office. So there's still a high turnover in leadership and the police and justice, but also because we haven't been solid enough in terms of putting the money in those places where we say priorities are. And of course, security is a priority, but the money for preventive programs is still limited. There are limited funds. So, in this regard, I'm really happy to be here in this panel with people that's very dear to me, persons that are very dear to me. And I will start with the Ambassador of Panama in OAS, the Organization of American States. Because of what was mentioned, how do you see, based on the observatory being developed, what are the mechanisms and the ways you see to produce more solid public policy thinking about the recovery of comparable data? Thank you very much. First, I would like to start by saying that the permanent mission of Panama before the OAS has a clear mandate that comes on behalf of our President, Jose Raul Mulino, our Chancellor, Javier Martinez Sacha, and our Security Minister, who have reinforced the interest our country has in strengthening in terms of safety here to security. Today we have the presence of well-known directors of our um, security instances. We have the director of the police, director of Senate from Sanan, and Commissioner peers who have supported us in the function that Panama is exercising historically. And now, since 3 months ago, Panama is presiding the Hemispheric Commission of Security. The vice president, the first Argentinian vice president, and the first vice presidency is on the head of Trinidad and Tobago. We have developed work that follows the guidelines on the multilateralism and how to strengthen the exchange of information. Even if it's true, we count on countries that have or that are working in diverse manners. Let's remember that the OAS counts on 34 countries, out of which 15 belong to the Caribbean. But it is very important to highlight that the work within the Commission, Hemisphere Commission, and all the divisions work within in a joint manner. You mentioned the data management. That laboratory that has been created with the OAS is extremely relevant because it's a way in which we can manage data and we can make political decisions with scientific foundations. We work very close to the Inter-American School of Defense, and the Republic of Panama has had students, and we currently count on two students of two important levels or tiers of security in Panama. This is very important because within the Inter-American College of Defense, in addition to having those studies for a whole year, there is an exchange of information, and when studies are completed, they are peers and they can continue to foster this joint learning. This year, Panama will be the seat of the mixed meeting. This is the high level meeting of ministers of security, and it will be established in the second half of this year. The date is to be confirmed, but the minister has expressed the will of holding it in Panama. In addition to being a public security meeting, it is a meeting that has training to it as well. It is key because security units from different countries will be part of it. During April 8th and 9th, we will also be the seat of the SICTE meeting. This is key because we have talked about how multilateralism can impact The regional integration and data exchange. Panama has had a firm commitment since day one. Let's remember the presence of President Jose Raul Molino in the meeting of the Security Council of the United Nations about maritime security. As you have seen, those of you who are not from Panama, we are a country of ports, frontiers, oceans, and yesterday, the Panama's will of leading this topic in maritime security was expressed. This is one of the aspects that we see within the Hemisphere Security Commission. So, the work conducted within this commission is a joint work with all the member states of the organization and with the support of our unconditional support from Security Minister who's permanently traveling to Washington. And in fact, we have a Commissioner, Marilia Rodriguez, who is permanently looking at the work of the Commission along with some other peers. But it's not the same making a decision without a scientific base or foundation. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the Director of Police for being with us. Thank you. It's a very pleasant to see that this is takes here. I participated in the first meeting uh, when the OAS determined that the security ministers did not get together, and it was a political need in order to draw learnings and takeaways. So we still have the problem that there are many crimes when we talk about homicides in the region. We are not talking about the same, even between neighbor countries. So I believe this is a very interesting initiative, and I wanted to give Fernando Carrion, Ecuador. We have seen an increase in crimes in the last few years. The past from Isla de Paz to a situation of increasing homicide. So I wanted to ask you, Fernando, how do you think comprehensive answers can be generated in order to face this new concept, this new juncture in Ecuador? Thank you very much, first and foremost, for the possibility of holding this conversation with all of you. I do believe, or what I think is that violence in Latin America and specifically in the Ecuador has been is has suffered transformation. The type of violence we used to have was traditional and interpersonal violence that was produced mainly due to survival strategies because of the lack of employment or poverty or power asymmetries, for example, ethnical matters, migration matters, gender related issues. And that has changed. I think violence, even if still exists, we have absolutely modern violence taking place and highly organized as well. And this organization, and I define it as a global network of crime, because crime and violence is the possibility of obtaining high economic resources under legality logics. So this crime network is structured not as it was defined in 2000 in Palermo as the organization uh, from, counting from the sum of three or more people. Now what we have is the holding, like the Sinaloa cartel, the Dragana in Italy, the First Command and the capital in Brasilia, and all these holdings, all these organizations do not structure only people, but organizations. And this is a fundamental change, and this is a part of the economic logic. And local groups that are articulated in this holding also operate with an economic logic and to franchises. And this has led to something we are working along with with the Ever Foundation in Germany and so on with the ECLAC, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and so on. And we have determined that the economy is divided into parts: the formal economy, informal economy, which ECLAC has defined that it's 34%, and third, criminal economy, we are reaching the possibility of 25 to 28%. Should this be this way, that would be something impressive. So, an investigation was started to define the amount of the criminal economy that is being that moves in Latin America, and it is an absolutely new reality. Thank you very much. One of the problems that we have that the objective is to legalize money, and most of countries in the last 25 years, the space that has grown the most is the gray space, not illegal economy, but that economy that permeates legality and not necessarily appears in these costs mentioned by Fernando. But the IDB, the Monetary Fund, even CAF in its report wrote that they recognize the economic and social and political impact. And as mentioned by some presidents, we should not disregard violence against women and children, but also the create organized crime. So, in this sense, I would like to ask General Naranjo, long uh, friend of mine. So, how do you see, Oscar, this development of illegal markets that surpass by far the definition of what used to be just drug trafficking? And what are the challenges posed in a potential coordination between countries?
Allow me to say thank you. Thank you to our sponsors of CAF. My gratitude to the government of Panama and to all of you at the end of a long, intensive session. Um, you are still here in this conversation. Thank you for allowing me to share such a distinguished panelist, and more than giving you a description or apocalyptic vision of the problem in Latin America with respect to crime, I just want to plant a seed of ideas that may gain a purpose to integrate Latin America and to cope with these challenges. The carry on process. You have explained how the crime has evolved not only in Latin America but in the world. We are facing the fragmentation of organized crime, the most severe one. The inventory in Latin America, according to different observatories, refers to 1,200 organizations having a regional or national impact in our countries. We're talking about a crime that has mutated to a transnational organization much more integrated, not only a transnational in Latin America, but globally speaking, transcontinental. And we are talking about a crime that has understood that by displacing the state to replace the state where the state is absent, to get there with a new dimension of crime, which is criminal governance. And this means that not only there is a concern of grief and of or greed in this area, but there is another government which is translated into exercising territorial power and to imposing effect to coercing the authorities and to protect the portfolio of economies of crime. I would say that at the core of this debate, we should be clear that today the state has found a competitor that wants to displace it or replace it in the different territories. And this means that the criminal economies are not only a profit for those organizations, they are multiplying historical desire of criminal groups that move into mafia to affect the democratic governance. So today we are facing a phenomenon that is challenging us and that should be appealing to make sure that the state should be more legitimate through a trust generation process with citizens to make sure that the treatment of crime is not just an action, attacks or a military action or a judicial action to repress crime. This implies an articulation of the state as a whole and of citizens to contain crime. And and in a region like in Latin America, there is a time to release the security of an ideological kidnapping. And today, the vision of security in Latin America seems to be distributed in two political ends: the that which believes on being strict, like a silver bullet to solve the problem, or on the other hand, that indicates that if there's inequality and poverty, there will be violence. They don't evaluate the evidence as indicated in this forum. They are affecting the region to articulate and integrate efforts. And then on the other hand, we have moved from organizations that were drug trafficking centered to organizations with a high portfolio of criminal activities or economies. It is not commonly said in this forum. We're talking about the illegal mining, human trafficking, drug trafficking, but they don't talk about contraband. And I would say that nowadays, the challenge, one of the specific challenges that should be a priority is to do something about this drug smuggling, which is the vehicle that mobilizes the largest capacity of asset laundering and which has a possibility to reach communities and to convey the idea that this contraband is not illegal, that it is legitimate, and that it will be life changing for those communities. There are lessons learned. Uh, Perhaps in a second round we could talk about that. So I think that the background for Latin America, and thanks Cap for gathering us here, is that we have normalized death amongst us. I am a public servant, and I was a public servant that for more than 40 years we have said that Latin America and the Caribbean is the most violent region in the country. And apparently this is something we have normalized. So this conversation is due to the victims of that violence. And I would like to say that in this normalization, there is a culture of sustained illegality in the vast majority of our countries. A lot of activities, not only contraband, they are recognized as normalized or as part of our culture. And and there's another change in terms of the situation in Latin America 20 years ago, where there were more active citizens in terms of prevention. And Irene, I would like to ask you how from the OAS and um, and especially from the lab, to what are the possible indicators that could provide scientific evidence of the development of illegal markets and the impact on democratic governance? I would like to start by saying that this is an economic investment forum, and no investment can take place if there's no security. Security, like the one we're describing today, like the legal, as well as the legal security. So I appreciate CAF for including this topic, this panel, because it is fundamental to understand this. Then, secondly, I would like to say the example that Panama has given in terms of the removal from the list. It's been a fundamental effort of the president, our chancellor. This is due to a diplomatic effort, and Europe and the other countries have understood what's Panama's position, position of respect. um, our banking system is complying with all the different international requirements, and this is not a final work. This is not. This is something that has to be consistent. Just as is consistent the work that we do in the hemisphere security work, the reality of our country is not the same reality of the other states. When we talk about Latin America, we're talking about Mexico and other countries, but we have the US and Canada, which are very important members, and one of the most, in the US, the United States is one of the largest contributors. We have established within the priorities of our presidency of the Hemisphere Security Commission from 2025 to 2026 four fundamental axes that I would like to describe. The first one, the fight against transnational crime, technical cooperation to disarticulate organization, human trafficking, and drug trafficking, and we also need to have policies to protect the wellness of people, and the third one is cybersecurity and new technologies, and as indicated by our colleagues, the promotion of technical um, um, training on AI to avoid digital threats, the protection of critical structures, paying attention to critical security, guaranteeing the flow of free trade and the integrity of strategic roads in the region. I would Many of you are aware Panama will be the venue of the General Assembly of the OAS in June of this year. Within this session that will take place from June 21st to June 24th, there will be several conversations, and this is a priority for our government, for our president, and our and security. That's a priority. So, as you have mentioned, we after that we will have the MIPA meeting, the top level meeting of security minister. Let's remember that the OAS we're going to have a state with different positions, but our fundamental work is to reach consensus. And in those consensus, we need to look into that which is most convenient, and that's the purpose that we have within these priorities that we have established. There are several subcommittees, and Panama has successfully conducted the mission of the OAS. There are several programs of massive disarmament that have been carried out within the latest month of the year. And to me, it is an honor to know that within the Security Commission, we have experts that we call so that they can participate in the commission, so that they can help us continue with this program. So we're gonna keep on working on these presidencies. So I do have to say that it's been cordial. The secretary of our commission, Mr. Salazar, he has been very pleased with the active participation of all the members at the ambassador level. In the latest meeting we had all the members. There was immediate quorum. The following meeting will be next week, and Panama is also chairing the Commission of Migration Affairs, as in Panama has done an exemplary work with migration, which is when the president started his mandate, he committed, and I do believe that it has been sorted out or solved in a very high percentage. Since we started late, we're gonna take a few minutes. Fernando, very quickly, what are the lessons learned of the situation in Ecuador after the crisis until today in terms of public policy? What worked and what didn't work? In Ecuador, Ecuador decided in January 9, 2024, to define an internal armed conflict, a war. And it was very interesting because the homicide rate decreased by 2%, and then there was an accelerated growth. And then in 2025, that trend increased even more. Last year, we had a rate of 51 homicides by 50,000 inhabitants. So the situation in Ecuador is regrettable. And this has to do with the changes that we're going through in Latin America. We we're not consumption of cocaine is not only in the US that took place until 2010 2012, but the consumption started to diversify. Cocaine consumption is global. Not only the US is the first, but the second place is Europe, and the third place, which is quite concerning for me, is the case of Latin America. Latin America is consuming cocaine impressively. All the different countries in Latin America are cocaine consumers, and all countries have structures devoted to this situation. So with this, the only way for presidents as presidents have indicated, is integration. If we do not work together to address this, then violence will increase. And there are specific policies. The legal harmonization, this is absolutely needed. I believe that a Latin American Court of Justice is necessary. The police are working together, but not the justice. So we need to integrate information or policies, and that's the major problem. The crisis of integration is so severe, and CELAC is not working yet, and each one is working on its own side. So this is why uh, each each country is disarticulated from the process experience in Latin America. Thank you so much. Public policy has not worked, but let's continue. Let's move on with an optimistic note. Oscar, one of the most important things, not only during your while you were in the Colombian police, which was admired in the region, it would be interesting if you can mention some of the learnings in terms of the design and implementation of sound policies. Just to avoid apocalyptical notes, to overcome the challenge, there is a situation that, in my opinion, is novel and important at the regional level. For the first time, we are seeing an integration effort of CAF, the World Bank, the IDB, and the multidimensional secretariat of the OAS trying to rebuild this integration effort. I think that the multilateral banking arrival or is positive, not only to generate cooperation processes, but to generate an understanding of the phenomenon we're facing. And this leads me to say, in relation to this sad story of Latin America in terms of crime, there are lessons learned that have indicated that one of the priorities should be the strengthening of the intelligence capacity. If we don't understand who's your enemy, it is impossible to have a public policy or strategy or plans to dismantle it. Understanding that this intelligence is not just about raising the institutional capacity of the security entities. It has to be an extended framework, including the academy, social investigation, but particularly an intelligence process where citizens can have voice, can speak to convey the suffering of crime, but also their knowledge of the different modalities and the MO of criminal gangs. It is fundamental to understand that one of the most critical elements when deploying or when implementing a policy is the legitimacy in which their state agencies or institutional entities contact the citizen or understand the citizen. I think that there's a huge challenge, and Panama has succeeded. So, taking advantage of the presence of the police director and its directors, there is work that implies that legitimacy is is the result of trust. You cannot fight against crime if you don't have your house in order to multiply the legitimacy of the state. It is conclusive to progress. There has to be a binding accountability process of the state institutions to citizens. Today, governments tend to be deaf in terms of the citizens in the different sectors. And the truth is that they're trying they try to find solutions disregarding the feelings of citizens. Binding accountability systems, these are a need. There's a lesson learned that this phenomenon that we're facing, this is not domestic, and therefore this is something that this is not going to be solved on a country basis. And in this regard, Colombia can say to the world that from the moment the Plan Colombia was implemented and one and Guillermo Fernandez, he developed that plan at the time. This is a clear sign that Colombia understood the concept of co-responsibility on the basis of a responsible and extended cooperation. I must also say that a public security policy needs to needs to disregard the ideology to be based on evidence and problem solving. And then finally, political leadership is needed. A state policy, not an electoral one. In the region, I see that oftentimes security is used to propagate a fear and to generate votes in elections. So I think we are urged to make sure that this policy is a state policy beyond governments that need to understand that evidence will bring solutions.
Very well, thank you. We have our time is up. We started a great morning, 8 presidents in the beautiful city of Panama, organized by GOV, talking about Latin American challenges. There is no greater challenge than organized crime in markets because it has a social impact as well as political, economic, structural, cultural impact. Because it that's huge. It impacts our day-to-day lives. It creates a poor climate for doing business, and also it affects violence and other in many ways. And at the end of the day, um, this is it's an element for society. So I want to thank this panel for your interventions. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a nuestros panelistas por esta.
We thank our panel members for such an important conversation. We remind all the attendees and the digital community that is joining us that they can continue to comment and share their reflections and experiences through our social media by using the Foro Económico CAF hashtag and following us in @AgendaCAF and X, Instagram, and Facebook. Having said this, we close our presentations for today in the room Latin America, the Caribbean, and the future. We thank you for your participation in this international forum of Latin America and the Caribbean organized by CAF, the Latin American and Caribbean Development Bank, or Development of Latin America and the Caribbean. We thank our partners Visa CNN, the Press, la Estrella de Panamá, Mercado, El Tiempo, El Universo, El Mercurio, El Comercio, ABC, Radio Panama, The Guardian, The Nation, La Nación, RCN, El Deber, Eco, Diario El Salvador, O Globo, and TVN. We encourage you to go to the website www.caf.com so that you can familiarize with tomorrow's program. Thank you. So long.
Yo voy a Bogotá, pero nos vemos en marzo. Director, ¿se conocen? Director de la policía. Acompáñenos, por favor. Acompaña el